You're live. We did it. I did it.
Great.
Hey, everybody. There are a lot of people here and more than
161.
actually. I have access to the direct analytics. We have 169. Nice. I feel like we don't have to introduce ourselves, right?
It's me. It's us.
I'm the girl one.
I'm the boy one.
Yeah. Thanks for everybody that tuned in. This was a really unexpected thing that Eric and I decided to do a live stream tonight because we felt like we needed to do something, but certainly didn't want to sit at home by myself and just watch election results pour in all night.
Especially if it's like a super depressing night and then you're drinking by yourself.
God. Again.
Again,
story of my pandemic life. I feel
drinking
like,
alone.
Actually,
the Emily Atkin story.
Actually, this is true. I drink less during the pandemic because I can't hang out with my friends. And I'm just like, well, I'm not gonna drink by myself. And now I don't feel like I'm by myself. So thanks, everybody.
It's also a great way to save money when there's the worst economic recession in 100 years.
Quite. Love that we're starting on a good note. I think I almost want to say how important it is how almost jankily this came together. I think Eric and I started talking about doing a live stream with climate people yesterday afternoon, maybe even late afternoon. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, I think so.
And it just kind of ballooned. Eric did all the scheduling, and we have some really cool people who are coming on. Like, who's coming on?
We have
do you even know?
Do I know? I mean, like, I've been emailing people all day, arranging schedules. I have Twitter handles in front of me. I'm gonna get the.
We have like journalists, activists, people who are working for office. Way more people than I expected, which just sort of goes to show that one of my favorite things about like climate change news and policy and activism and all of it is that it does feel like everyone is sort of in a community for a common goal, which is let's, basically do the bare minimum of not destroying the habitat the only habitat that houses us.
In the known universe, we have, I think at last count, we have like 26 people that have agreed to come on. And I sent out, like roughly 30, 35 emails to people. So this is honestly, in my 11-year career as a journalist, this is the highest response rate I've gotten about anything. Like, everyone wanted to join. Everyone wanted to just like check in. Everyone wanted to be a part of a community on a super stressful night. And it is really sort of amazing. Honestly, like, people have been hounding for interviews the entire year, responded within 5 minutes. It's just like, tonight's the night where we're all just gonna hopefully see. I mean, like I wrote today, like the world's going to change tomorrow, no matter what happens. And how often does that happen? How often are you in one of those moments where you know that everything's going to change?
Yeah. It feels like a little too often in the year 2020, but yeah, I get what you mean. I want to look at we have like a cool little comment section going on. There are people in the comments from Maine, Los Angeles, Silver Spring, Maryland, India, Canada, Brazil,
Australia.
Rhode Island, Ohio, Sweden. For real? I mean, this is global warming and this is a global aid, which is pretty cool. This feels, I mean, obviously this feels so different than being a climate reporter now feels a lot different than being a climate reporter
3 years ago.
3 years ago, 4 years ago.
This is the first election in history where climate change has been a top issue, consensus top issue. Joe Biden was going hard on climate since the last debate for 2 weeks now. Every day, he's been releasing a fresh climate ad on his Twitter feed. And in a podcast the day after the debate, this was what is that big podcast? The one where he said climate is my number one issue.
Oh yeah, on the Pod Save America.
Yes, Pod Save America. Yeah. So he's just like full out owning it, saying this is the thing that I am saying that I'm caring most about at the time that it matters the most, that people are deciding whether or not to vote for me. It's a winning issue.
I mean, can we be honest for a second? I feel like I've been trying to tell Democrats this for years. For years, I've been trying to be like, the polling says that if you just talk about climate change like a coherent, normal person with like general urgency, that it really resonates with people and that you should lean into it instead of leaning back from it. That actually really engages voters, particularly young voters, right? Particularly voters of color, particularly exactly what the Democratic base is supposed to be. And I feel like I've been almost convincing myself that I must be delusional or biased in some way because this is my beat. And like, am I just saying this? Am I just compiling this evidence about how effective climate change is as a political argument because that benefits my beat? And it turns out, no.
Turns out, no, there are, like roughly 50 million people who this is like their number one issue. So
I often think about why it is that the clear arguments for being a progressive politician and aggressively communicating the need for climate actions as a political strategy, why that seems to have been ignored by mainstream Democrats like Biden for so long. And there's a part of me that really has to be like, it has to be at least in part because of the fossil fuel industry's like very powerful, strengthening, moneyed grip on
trillions of dollars over 50 years will do that, right?
Yeah, and I think we're gonna have at least one person on tonight, a couple people on tonight who have been, spending the entire election focused on fossil fuel money in the election and in politics. I'm really excited to talk to them.
And Merav Ben David, who is a climate scientist running for U.S. Senate in Wyoming, who, let's be frank, is probably the least likely candidate for any elected, nationwide elected official to win tonight. Like, she's polling at 26% in the state, but it's fine. It's Wyoming. She's making a national statement, honestly, that a climate scientist is worthy of political office, and climate is an issue worthy of being an issue championed by a U.S. Senate candidate. As we had our first presidential candidate this year whose climate change was their number one issue, ran a single issue, Jay Inslee. So like, we have this whole slate of climate candidates now, which I don't think even existed in 2016. I don't know that there was any candidate for federal office in 2016 where climate was their number one issue. I can't think of one.
No, I mean, I was a political reporter in 2016. I feel like a lot of people don't know that, but in 2016, for the 2016 election, I was like traveling the country covering Trump rallies. I mean, I've been to maybe 24 Trump rallies in a bunch of different states. I've followed Carly Fiorina around Iowa for a while. She didn't like that very much. And a lot of people don't know this because I'm very, I guess, progressive minded in my reporting, and I've worked for Think Progress and the New Republic. But last year, when this day 4 years ago, I was reporting for Sinclair Broadcast Group, one of the more known for being conservative news networks in the country. And I was covering Hillary Clinton. I was in Times Square, New York, in the most silent crowd of people I had ever been in. I mean, I must have been among thousands of people watching the map change, watching the map go red. And you could have heard a pin drop as it was happening.
Amazing.
And I was doing a Facebook Live for Sinclair Broadcast Group. And it wasn't long after that I realized that, we were about to get a Trump administration, and not only what that would mean. My first thought was what that was going to mean for anyone who wasn't white. And then my second thought was, what's that going to mean for the climate and all of our future? And so soon after that, I went back to climate reporting. It was pretty clear after that. I had to go back to being a climate change reporter. So, and there now.
Yeah. And I just want to say that over the last year, it feels like you have almost single-handedly transformed climate journalism with your newsletter, Heated. It has changed a lot for me in how I think about climate journalism. Like, how should a climate journalist behave in the year 2020 when there's so much going on, when there is, in addition to, I think maybe like, Amy Westervelt's reporting, like thinking of climate change as a crime story, or thinking of it as something where there are criminals that need to be prosecuted essentially for planetary crimes. I mean, like that's, and how outrageous is that these people are just like, essentially getting social license to carry on destroying the world. And we don't really even think about it that way. Like, to me, that is what your journalism has done. And it has helped me to have a place for my anger to go. And like we were saying on the phone, was that this morning or last night? Thinking about how we process our anger and having someone put it into words that you can sort of channel your energy into those words and see someone say something that you've been thinking pretty much your whole life and not been able to put a voice to. Like, that is an extremely valuable thing at this moment in time, especially when there's so much to be angry about this year. To have a place to focus that anger has been really helpful for me. So I want to thank you for that.
Thanks. I mean,
and also everyone
I knew this live stream was just going to be compliments of me, I would have done live streams way earlier.
Yeah. So it's free to sign up for Emily's newsletter, Heated, heated.substack.
.world.
Or heated.world.
Yeah, yours is that Substack.
You paid extra for the vanity. I see that.
I always pay extra for vanity. I'm the daughter of a New York Jewish family, blonde woman. Mom always taught me beauty is pain, but it's worth it. That's very sweet of you. I am very passionate about corruption, and I'm passionate about being angry, and I like being angry. And one of the reasons that I, was always drawn to your reporting is that it's so different from mine. In that, what you're passionate about is the future, right? Whereas I'm, stewing on the past. I'm like, these jerks, they did this. You're like, what is the future that we're going to build? And you're clearly very passionate, very articulate about being able to say, this isn't just a story about all the crappy things everybody ever did to us. It's about all the awesome things that we can take from it and make out of it. It makes I always struggled with the question of like, how do you make climate change a hopeful story? I'm like, I don't know. I grew up listening to emo music and like metal music. So I'm really comfortable in this space of this, right? But through your work and journalists like you who really make it exciting to talk about like how we could actually, especially living in a pandemic right now where everything is so shitty all the time. And then you're like, wow, wouldn't it be exciting if we could do policy that made it better and it wasn't like this anymore? Oh, that'd be so cool. So I'm really excited that you started a Substack because, the cool thing about, and why I'm so happy so many people are here watching us shoot the shit about this, is that, we're now independent journalists that basically just get to do whatever we want. And we have this cool platform to do that. And it's hard to express your passion as a journalist, as a climate journalist at a mainstream publication. And I think
for sure.
This year for all the crappy things that have happened this year, having a way to get out of that is one lesson. I wanna do we have any election news that we can share with?
What I saw earlier that I think is super important is that the New York Times reported that they're expecting nationwide turnout to be 67% this year, which is the highest in more than a century. So,
that's so cool.
The most important thing of that is I think that through this hell year of like literal death and destruction, that so many people are getting a voice and deciding what comes after this, like deciding how we move forward. And 67%? 67%.
67%. Did you know that? I mean, that's already 7% more than people that voted in 2016. And some people haven't even voted yet. It's 345 on the West Coast. That's wild to me. I mean, I was just reporting a story last week that was like about how, 40% of Americans did not vote in 2016, and that's widely considered to be one of the biggest reasons that Trump won the 2016 race, because that not only did 40% of eligible Americans not vote, those voters in their demographics were far more likely to be Democratic voters.
Sure. Yeah.
And so that's why there's been so much advertising, targeted to younger voters. And the article that I was writing was about how the most effective advertising for that voting bloc that did not turn out in 2016 was climate change advertising.
Shit,
that
man.
fired people up, So,
well, it makes sense. Like there are structural reasons clearly that people don't and can't vote. It's not because people are saying, oh, I don't care who wins. It's not going to affect me. It's because they are working two jobs in a pandemic. It's because they're single mothers. It's because they have, you know, Republican legislatures that make sure that there's only one polling place in the whole county. And it's because they have been systematically discriminated against and marginalized for hundreds of years. And it's done that way intentionally. It's not because they don't want to vote. It's because the system is stacked against them.
I mean, and now think of all the environmentalist climate activists who over the years have been like, voter suppression is not a climate issue. Racism is not a climate issue. None of these systemic problems that have prevented Democrats or independents or like basically non-climate denying Republicans from taking office and taking climate change seriously is not a climate issue. I mean, this election cycle has really taught me that that's a bunch of hot bullshit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, the reason that I got into journalism in the first place, I was trained as a meteorologist and studied climate science. And then just got angry at the fact that no one really seemed to understand what was happening, like didn't understand the scale of the problem. And this was in, 2008, 2009, 2010, the era when, Obama was elected on this all of the above strategy. And we talked about climate through like euphemisms like energy, where it wasn't real. We could never even say the word climate. And meanwhile, every scientist I know, all of my colleagues, everyone was like, have you guys checked lately the new run of models where it says like we will like literally kill the planet in like within our lifetimes? This is when the first news about the West Antarctic ice sheet started coming out, saying like there's an inevitable collapse that has already been underway. Seeing the science and being able to see on like 100 to 1,000-year time scales and saying like we're in the middle of an ecological collapse. All of the practices that we are doing as a society to focus on economic growth is not leading us in not only not a sustainable place, but not a survivable place. And I just was so shocked that no one really even understood or seemed to care about this. It just felt like the biggest injustice in history. And then, as a white guy from a small town in Kansas, I didn't fully understand, and I'm still honestly like learning every single day about the social and economic reasons why this problem exists in the first place. The racism and like the problems with capitalism and all these things. Like my voting story is that I voted for George Bush in 2000 because I was raised in a very conservative Catholic household.
Wow, look at you coming out.
But it's been really like again, like confronting privilege as a climate scientist, understanding that this is like what settler colonial capitalism does is destroys things and takes away, people's futures. And just understanding that if we want to live in any kind of society, let alone like a just society where we care about each other again, climate is the core of that. And not only climate, but like justice. I think climate change is a subset of this broader struggle for justice that we're seeing in 2020.
Yeah, and it is cool to sort of see people realize that. We have someone in the waiting room who I'd really like to.
Let's do it.
Do you see? Can you see who's in the waiting room? I'm just.
I cannot.
I'm the master of Zoom. I'm the master of Zoom ceremony tonight. I have had 2 beers, so that's maybe why I'm a little silly, but also because I know that I'm about to maybe be sad later and stressed. So I'm like trying to take this moment as well as I can. We have someone I'd really like to add here. I hope she's here. Is this working on YouTube? I don't know what the hell I'm doing. I know that I'm about to maybe be sad.
Oh, there she is. No, she's here. She's here.
Yeah. Okay, well, I'm trying to get Mary Hegler to connect. But Mary is dope, and Mary also writes a Substack newsletter, and Mary has great drink recommendations. I would love to hear what our viewing public is consuming this evening, whether or not it be alcoholic or non-alcoholic, in the spirit of having Mary on, who is a climate cocktail queen.
She's here. You're muted, Mary.
My
there
bad.
You go.
My bad. It's not my first drink.
Finally, someone is on the level. Eric's on his first drink.
No. I have this weird mango peach IPA that's not that great.
Love it.
I'm drinking right now.
Love it. Pretty soon he'll be graduating to what we like to call over in Hot Take Land a fuck it. And that is where you have just bourbon. You might have a glass, you might have ice, you might not. Who cares?
You might be pouring it straight into your mouth from the bottle.
Who knows? I'm starting things off classy with a dark and stormy.
That's
because nice. Do I need to say more?
Yeah. I think you're good.
I'm gonna
go.
How are you? We're doing good. Like,
never mind.
We're doing actually better than I expected to be at this point in the evening.
Yeah. I was telling someone earlier today, I can't tell if so in 2016, I felt very certain that Donald Trump was going to win. Very certain. And this year, I don't have that level of certainty. I feel like, what's the word, ambivalent. Like I can't tell which way this is going to go. And I don't know if that's because I'm just physically broken. I don't know if it's because I'm numb or if it's because there's no way to know.
Yeah, I mean, why analyze it too much? Is it your biggest problem? I try to take my problems and put them on like a scale of like, what are the ones I need to figure out and deal with? And what are the ones I can just be like, meh.
Yeah, I'll drink to that, but I'll drink to literally anything you say at this point.
Hey, those are the words I like to hear. I wanted to briefly show Eric. When Eric launched his Substack, he very generously sent me a bottle of Lagavulin 16.
That's so sweet. Eric didn't send me shit.
You're gonna get me in trouble.
A lot, I guess. I don't know. But I will say I was just like, I don't even know what to do with this because I don't.
You drink it.
I don't know if you can see, but I have drank.
Oh, you've been drinking it. Good.
You don't know what to do with it, bitch. We can see that. Fooling. Oh, I think I need to wipe off my screen.
I was like, I'm not fancy enough for this. I was like,
You're not fancy enough for a Scotch in 2020?
I guess not. I'm still over here drinking like mostly cheap rosé and PBRs.
Yeah, that's cute because you're halfway through that bottle and Eric did not launch that Substack very long ago.
No, he did not.
So, not at all. Hey, when does this go? So when do we start recording?
Oh, we're recording.
We're recording. We're live.
Like live.
You're on. This is being archived for forever on.
Yeah, you're.
People are like watching us right now.
Oh yeah. People watch this whole time.
I hope they're not watching.
Actually, we have 358 live right now, which is the biggest live stream I've ever done.
A lot of people are like, I too did not receive any alcohol from Eric.
Yeah, well.
Personally.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Oh my gosh.
Looks delicious.
Wait. I'm
buy
gonna
my own liquor like a basic bitch.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna see what. By the way, Mary, when you joined, people were like, Mary. So
you know what people are saying? Where are they saying
people
these things?
are saying
on YouTube.
It's on the YouTube live feed. I wouldn't recommend going it because I have access to the back end here. We have some people drinking. Laura Manzelberger is drinking apple cider with ginger lime mule.
Fancy.
Mike Bell is drinking something I can't pronounce. That's a Lagerhouse slow pour pills. Someone whose username is Zenturo is drinking a quote bucket.
Oh, what?
A bucket of alcohol. A bucket.
What kind of alcohol though? Get specific.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have that here. And then we've got Nicole Leach and Hunter Pendleton, who are in the sober crew. Got some people just drinking chocolate milk or whatever. It's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
Chocolate, what kind of milk though?
Yeah, I mean, milk is a really important product to me at the supermarket. I don't know if you get really bougie about stuff at the supermarket because of your climate.
I'm vegan.
Stuff. Well, you're vegan. Okay,
yeah.
That's pretty awesome. You're better than me.
I just hate milk. It's one of the few things where I've actually fought with my grandmother about whether or not I would eat it. So yeah. Anyway.
Well, I still am octo-lavo. I eat eggs and drink milk, but I bougie about them being raised on pasture. That's how I justify it.
Yeah, no.
So, we have a couple other people in the room. I'm wondering if I should.
Well, the first news is that the polls just closed in Florida, in the Eastern time zone. So it's real, man. It's happening.
Oh my God. Yeah, the polls just closed in Florida. Mary, what are you doing tonight other than this?
I made a cake because it's my birthday tomorrow. And I made a cake in a pie pan.
In a pie pan?
In a pie pan because I got rid of all my cake pans when I moved. So I made it in a pie pan. And it's vanilla and it's very basic. And I'm going to eat the whole thing. And I think I've been telling a lot of people I'm going to eat a cake for my birthday. And I think they think I mean I'm going to eat a piece of a cake. And that's not what I mean at all. I'm going to eat an entire cake. And I don't mean a cupcake. I don't even mean a very big cupcake.
A full cake.
Fucking cake.
I'm trying to work the live stream while opening a bottle of wine. But here are the people I have in the waiting room. You guys ready? I have Jamie Henn, Rachel Ramirez, Becky Bollinger. I think that's it.
Let them all in.
Let them in.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
Chaos.
I'm actually going to go get something out of the oven, so I will be right back.
All right. Oh, Katie Thomas is here too. Katie, let's just party. You guys are about to get the climate party of the century here.
Mm-hmm. Hi, Rachel.
Hello.
Hi, Jamie.
Hey, team.
Hey, everybody.
Hi, Katie.
Hey, Katie.
Love it.
Yeah.
Can we can we like do an intro for the class of viewers for everybody? Can we say wait? Can we say like name, title, like most interesting thing, like or something that made you laugh today. Something that made you laugh today. How about that?
One question I would like to ask everyone is if there are any causes that you would like people to support tonight. I know there's a lot on the line, so this is your chance to like plug your organization or any organization if you want to.
Yeah, Eric's better at this than me.
It's all right. Rachel, you want to go?
Yeah, sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Rachel Ramirez. I'm an environmental justice reporter, freelance journalist, and I also author a Substack newsletter called The Breaking Point, and it essentially explores the historical legacies of injustice. So it's not just climate change, but it's also, it's based on the news trends, and so whatever's the top news of the week, I'll sort of draw on the historical legacy of that. What was the other questions?
If there's any organizations that you want to support
and something that
would like people to support.
Yeah, so I was born and raised in Saipan, Northern Mariana Islands. So it's a U.S. territory just north of Guam. Given, it's election day, but U.S. territories can't vote, even though we're U.S. citizens. And, there are 4 million Americans that can't vote, but they can serve in the military. I have the privilege to vote because I'm registered here in the mainland ever since I moved. But I wanted to sort of spotlight the movement in Guam that's happening in not just Guam, but also in the Mariana Islands, called Demilitarize the Marianas, or Demilitarize Guam. So that's something that's also, environmental justice related, because the military, as we know, it is one of the biggest greenhouse gas polluter in the world, U.S. military specifically. So that's one thing. And then, just following Micronesia Climate Alliance and We Are Guahan. So
thank you so much.
Yeah, I'm gonna put that in the comments. I'll put everyone's thing in the comments of the video so that everyone can see what you're talking about. We go around the circle. Jamie, do you want to go next?
Yeah, I'll go. Thanks for having me, guys. This is super fun and very needed, and came with beverage. So yeah, my name is Jamie Henn. I was one of the co-founders of 350.org, and these days help run a new nonprofit media lab called Fossil Free Media, which is all about providing support to groups who are taking on the fossil fuel industry. So we're helping folks try and come up with arguments and content and video and uplift stories of frontline groups who are really bringing the fight to big oil. And yeah, I don't know. I mean, I was sort of reflecting earlier today, like, I think it's amazing that this election has not only become a climate election through the spectacular work of like many of the people joining this call and the live stream, but also, like, sort of surprisingly, in the last 2 weeks has become a real referendum on the fossil fuel industry. Like, whether Joe Biden meant to or not, his comments at the debate about phasing out oil and gas and replacing it with renewables unleashed this all-out attack from the Trump machine and the fossil fuel industry to try and pin him on it. And what we've seen is the exact opposite of what they hoped for. Like, voters have been completely turning out and saying, you know what, we actually do want to replace oil and gas with renewables. Like, we do want to ban fracking. We care about these issues. So that's been the kind of inspiration for me over the last couple of weeks. And yeah, my groups, I'm based here in Salt Lake City, Utah. So shout out to those here in the Mountain West. But there's a bunch of great groups working out here. And one that I really like is called Uplift. They're like upliftclimate.org is the website. But they're a youth climate justice coalition that works across Colorado, Utah, Nevada, and Arizona to really try and build up the movement out here. So shout out to them.
Great. Let's see, Katie.
Anthony Rogers Wright says, "You're such a handsome man, Jamie."
I can even that for him. I'll put on my real Mountain West outfit just to play the white man in the West.
Anthony,
with a puffy vest.
Oh,
Yep.
Guys.
where's
he's
Anthony?
ready.
Ready.
My puffy vest is in a bag right across the
Eric,
table
it's
from me
part
right
of
now.
the uniform. You've got to,
Wait, we're gonna get it out. This is the white guy environmentalist.
Wow.
You guys don't get these? They send them to you.
Yeah. You got whiskey in the mail. We get puffy vest.
Yeah.
I'm so glad there are only 2 men on this live.
Speaking as the Black woman, I didn't get shit. So,
Well,
Eric.
yeah, that checks out. Mary. But hopefully not for long. Katie, do you want to go?
Sure.
Becky's drinking the Dr. Pepper in the car. Like it. Becky's driving across the southern U.S. right now.
Oh, nice. My name's Katie.
Sorry.
I live in Washington, D.C., but I grew up in Fort Collins, Colorado, where Dr. Becky is from. Big fan of Dr. Becky. This is Duchess. She just heard her name. She may get Randy, so apologies if she has to exit, but that's Duchess. I'm trying to think of like my cause. So I work for Senator Sanders in the Senate, and I am here tonight on my own behalf and not on behalf of the senator. And so I guess my cause is just begging and pleading all y'all to stay engaged because today is day 1 of, no matter the outcome, of a lot of work we have to do. And so I guess that's why I'm here, is to thank everybody for all the work they've put in and to ask you to maintain the relationships that you've built over this time, because we have a lot to do. Did I get all the questions?
Nobody's saying something that made them laugh today, but I guess that's because nothing's very funny. I honestly can't think of anything that made me laugh today.
I can't.
Well, my brother came over and he had shaved his entire head, and that was funny.
Yeah.
Well, Mary not knowing that we were recording earlier was pretty funny.
Yeah.
I can give you something that made me laugh today. I've been cackling since yesterday at Shell getting dragged to hell and back on Twitter.
Although I gotta say,
I love
Eric,
that.
the pun descent was like.
I've been laughing at that for the past like 24 hours and probably won't stop anytime soon. I mean, they just like really walked right on out there. Had like an angry mob waiting for them. It was beautiful.
It was the biggest cell phone in history. I'm just gonna go out and say that.
But the thing is, they get away with that shit literally all the time, and nobody ever calls them on it. And this time, they became Twitter's main character of the day, and I have been cackling ever since.
I love it.
I taught undergrads this afternoon, and we looked at that Twitter storm as an example of reframing from this like individual blame narrative to, rightfully putting it where it belongs. So it made me laugh to read aloud some of the tweets to my students who were like, they were loving it.
Oh my God, please tell me you recorded that.
I didn't record it. I really wish I had. And then one of my students at the end of class was like, I actually shaved vote into the back of my head. And that was where we ended class. And I was man, young people are great.
So we're about 13 minutes after the polls closed in Florida. We're getting the first results in Florida, and Biden is 55%, Trump 45% in Florida, with about 20% reporting.
I'm gonna puke.
So it's an initial good start, but nothing to bank yet, for sure.
None of us are election reporters, so we're all like, I don't know what that means.
Can we call it?
No, the only states that have been called are West Virginia, Kentucky, and Indiana for Trump, and Vermont for
That's right, Vermont.
I really thought you were about to say, and Vermont for Bernie Sanders. I was gonna be like,
Because that's what came in my head, and I was like, no, wait, who's the candidate? I don't even remember who's the candidate for president right now. Oh yeah, it's Biden. Yeah.
thank you for letting us know. I want to barf a little bit. Let's go to Becky.
Hey guys, I am so excited to get somewhere so that I can switch this to something else, or maybe add some Crown Royal to this.
There you go.
Car?
So
She's in a car. She's driving. She's not personally driving it.
Yeah,
Yes.
my dad is driving right now. So yeah, we found out that my grandfather is being transferred to hospice. And so because he's being transferred to hospice, we can go see him. And so we're driving to Florida now, and we're somewhere in Alabama. So I am far away from my home at the moment. My dad will hear me say this, but it's interesting. We haven't talked politics at all because my mom and I are Democrats, and my dad is a Republican. So it's been the big giant elephant in the room, I think, as we drive down, that we're just not talking about. So it's kind of nice to have the distraction of just talking about all the other things. But yeah, so I am the assistant state climatologist of Colorado, and I love being here. I recognize so many of you of people I follow on Twitter, so this is pretty awesome. And state climatologist, I focus on climate services. So I kind of feel like I'm the customer support person for people who are kind of dealing with climate things. So I work a lot with agriculture and that sort of thing. And it's, something that I'm very passionate about because I work with it every day, but also always thinking about the practicality of things and what's not practical. And to help you out, Eric, with something I heard you say earlier was I also voted for Bush back in 2000, I think. And then when Al Gore came out with the Inconvenient Truth, I was with a state climatologist. I was going to school at Florida State, climatologist who was very vocal about climate change not really happening and not really a thing of concern. And I went at the same time as Ryan Maui. I was kind of enmeshed in that climate skepticism. And it wasn't really until I got to Colorado State to do my PhD and started doing a lot more research and seeing a lot more of the evidence that I've really come to understand. And I feel like the things that I've seen in Colorado, just really evidence of climate change, what we've been seeing. So
yeah, I did a long interview with
that
Becky.
Happened in the car last night.
Oh, I did a long interview with Becky on the Phoenix. Sorry, we got a little bit of a lag, so I'll let her finish.
Sorry about that. Yeah, poor cell reception in the middle of nowhere at a rest area right now. But funny thing was my mom was telling me about prank wars she was having with a coworker yesterday, and that her coworker put an air horn under her seat in the office, and she sat on the seat and the air horn blasted and everybody in the office heard. And I laughed so hard when she was telling me this and I was picturing it. I was actually driving and tears were streaming down my face, and it's the best laugh I've had in a long time. So that's my funny thing. Wait,
are there any causes? Yeah, are there any causes you'd like us to support or people to support?
Yeah, so Coco Roz. I don't know who knows about Coco Roz, but it's we used to call it citizen scientist, but we're changing that term to community scientist
anybody can be an observer. It stands for Community Collaborative Rain, Hail, and Snow Network, and that it's anybody can be a scientist and report the precipitation in their location. And we've had it all over the country, and we have tens of thousands of observers, and it really helps us with drought monitoring and knowing more specifically where rain is falling and where it's not falling. So that's one that's near and dear to my heart. It's in my office at the Colorado Climate Center is COCORAHS, COCORAHS.org.
Thank you so much.
I'm putting everyone's suggestions in the live chat. So, except for Katie's, because Katie's was just like be engaged, and that's what everyone on the chat is doing. Not that yours wasn't good, there's just no link.
We got a new update in Florida, and Biden is still up 52 to 47 with 50% of the votes reporting.
This is good. I'm glad you're doing this.
Yeah, and like the thing that I'm seeing, I say but I like following. I have a little Twitter list of all of like the data political reporters, and it looks like Pinellas County, which is like a swing county in Florida. Biden is +8 right now in Pinellas County, which Obama only won by 5.5%, and Clinton lost by 1%. So that's a good sign as well.
Catherine, I'm super stoked to have you here.
Hi.
And Catherine.
Really just living into the Southern stereotypes with, as Mary predicted, just straight rye. That's it. Yep, just bringing it right in. Yeah, and I'm a Georgia voter, so this was an actually exciting year for us. We will see. We will see.
What does your neighborhood look like the last day or two? Like streets or yard signs or people out?
Yeah, so I've actually been in Tennessee, so I cannot report on Atlanta. What I can report from Middle Tennessee is, there are definitely Biden signs around. They're all small. And then there are enormous Trump signs from, like very dilapidated trailers to McMansions and everything in between.
This is definitely what rural Minnesota is like right now too, is giant Trump signs, bales of hay painted Trump, there were at least 4 or 5 houses in a row at one stretch on this rural highway where it was just like giant Trump signs. And I feel like in St. Paul, it's like probably 80 to 90% Biden signs, but there are still, like those Trump houses where there's like, they want to be very clear that they are not okay with like Biden.
Yeah. In Atlanta, I live in John Lewis's former congressional district, soon to be Nikema Williams's congressional district, which is extremely exciting. So very, very few Trump signs around there. Definitely probably some Trump voters, but like flying more under the radar. Yeah.
So it looks like Georgia Senate with 4% of the votes in. Ossoff is 53%, Purdue 45%. So that's also a good sign.
Purdue, yeah. Republican and Ossoff being the.
John Ossoff and I went to school together, so it's a very trippy experience. Yeah.
David Perdue has some climate denial stuff. I remember working at Think Progress and covering, like in 2014, and covering some David Perdue climate change denial stuff that was really stupid. And I'm trying to look back on it now, but because Think Progress is like sort of RIP here, I can't find it. But I've always remembered that name of just someone who said perpetually idiotic, terrible stuff about climate change.
Really about everything.
Well, yeah, you know,
your thing. It's
taking my expertise
awful.
here, but yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, so Catherine, for anyone on the live stream that doesn't know you, because we got like 250 people watching, which I'm very still just incredulous about. You know,
400. We're up to 400.
400. This feels like a great time for a book shout out. Am I right?
Yes. Let's do it.
Because Emily and Mary both have exquisite essays in this book that came out in September. That's also my timer telling me that
this book.
enchiladas might be done in my oven. Yes. Oh my gosh.
There it is.
So many books. That's extremely exciting.
No, wait, I can do it later.
Yeah, take that. Emily is oh my gosh, it's everywhere. Emily's sharing every week in Heated the like discussion questions and like additional resources that we're rolling out week by week, which are super evergreen. So lots of people have started reading circles, but like post-election reading circles also seems like a great idea. So, and I will, Emily, I'll put in the chat here so you can put it on YouTube.
Let's not be humble here. This book made the bestseller list. Like, this is an amazing thing that is happening. This is a phenomenon right now, in not only in the climate world, but in the world. Aww. So it's great.
It's exciting. I think if it had not been the season of Trump tell-alls, and like, you know, Fox News commentators clogging the New York Times list, it would have been on there. We now have like 40,000 copies in print, which is awesome. I know, it's really cool.
It's great.
Mighty chorus of super badass climate women. So that would be on my sort of cause or organizations. There are 41 essays in here about really important work being done, as well as poetry and art. But I would say any of and all of those projects, initiatives, orgs, campaigns, all super important.
Okay, Thea's been waiting a while, so how about we go to her?
We just have so many awesome people to talk.
I know, it's quite a lineup. And I was literally about to DM you, Eric, saying I have to jump in a second. Sorry, I'm going to an outdoor COVID safe, hopefully like commiseration / just company party in a moment in a friend's backyard. So I'm excited for that. But I don't know what the prompt is. Are we just like sharing our feelings about
say like, you know,
who I am,
you know, what your role in the climate community and sort of what you wanna like, what you'd like viewers to like something to suggest that they support.
Sure. Yeah. Thanks. I'm Theoria Francos. I'm a political scientist. More importantly, I'm a Green New Deal enthusiast. Oh yes, Katie, you're so good. I had this literally propping up my computer, so I'm like, I know that it's handy. Anyway, yeah, so many fun books to read together. Co-author of this along with Kate and Alyssa and Daniel, and I think maybe Kate's joining later. And yeah, I mean, there's like so many things bubbling. I'm like on the New York Times thing, refreshing it and sort of getting anxious as things are flipping around. But yeah, I think like, I guess what I love the suggestions so far. I feel like we're at in both like the scariest and most hopeful moment of the climate justice movement simultaneously. Like scariest because the crisis is accelerating and there's been just years of dithering and denialism, but most hopeful in the sense that I feel like the part of a big movement that has a real social justice core to it. I've been really excited about the chapter level and national work in DSA and in Sunrise and in, you know, a bunch of organizations around the Green New Deal. And my suggestion to people is always to join an organization. It's like, you know, an obvious thing to say, but I think that there's basically nothing that you can accomplish alone and endless things that you can accomplish together. So if you're not already in an organization or a union, or, you know, do work locally in your neighborhood, then join an organization. And, you know, my hope is, of course, that Biden wins, but also my equal hope is that folks are really organized from day one to put an extreme amount of pressure on him. And I was saying this, you know, I'm going to repeat something I wrote on Twitter earlier, but like, in some ways I feel much better now than I did when Obama was elected, in the sense that, like, I feel like there is just much more awareness on the left of what the fight is, and much more strategic thinking around like how to interact with the Biden administration than there was under Obama. Like, it took a few years of Obama to sort of realize, wait, like, we need to hold this guy accountable. We need to protest like deportations. We need to do all this stuff. And there was a few years of sort of passivity. And I don't think that that's going to be the case under Biden. I think that folks are much more organized, much more like strategic, in the sense like, we know where Biden is, and we know like what the sort of daylight is between that and where we want him to be. And we sort of have a sense of what tactics, you know, whether it's sort of insider stuff around pushing for legislation, whether it's protest stuff, like whether it's strikes, like we know that these are the tools to actually get something more transformative in the time that we need it. So I feel, you know, better in that sense than in prior moments of, you know, on the eve of potentially a Democratic president being elected, but not really feeling like I was part of a movement to put like real pressure on that administration. So feeling better about that.
That's really, really, really great advice, and a really great point.
Yeah.
I have brief election news to share. Not being a pollster, not being somebody that can, you know, extrapolate results, because Twitter is freaking out about Florida and Miami-Dade County. I just looked and I'm just like, I
saw that. Yeah.
Just basic factual information is that 1 minute ago, polls closed in North Carolina, Ohio, and West Virginia. And I'm just reading from a Bloomberg News story here that says the counting of mail-in ballots began 2 weeks ago in North Carolina, so results from there may come swiftly. Appalachia was Trump County in 2016. It's home to many of the non-college educated white voters who formed Trump's base, as well as the coal industry he's tried to revive to limited effect, which is what the Bloomberg article says, which to me, I'm just like, that's a lot of credit. He's tried to revive to limited effect. I would say to zero effect, but gotta be fair and balanced, I guess.
Well, speaking of Miami-Dade County, we have meteorologist John Morales, I think, in the waiting room right now.
He's in the waiting room. I'll let him right in.
Yeah.
I'm stoked about. And John's from Florida, right?
Yeah, he's from Miami.
Right where we're talking about.
Right where we're talking about. It's almost like we anticipated this.
John, no more weather forecasting. Forecast the election in Florida. Thank you.
Hi, John.
Hey, I just got here.
Welcome.
Thanks for being here.
Thanks for the invite. I really appreciate it. So what, you want a weather forecast? You don't want a weather forecast.
No. We are hearing news that that Miami-Dade County is really Biden is really underperforming there. But I think what we are most interested in hearing from you is, as a meteorologist who interacts really every single day with Miami and the surrounding area, understanding the science of climate change as you do, and I think you just published an op-ed this week as well. What has it been like to talk about climate in such a contentious election?
Well, you know, it's interesting because I don't get mostly I don't get a ton of pushback in terms of the subject matter because, you know, after all, this is ground zero for it, right? I mean, if folks here get to see, if not actually live through, sunny day floods, which are happening with much greater frequency, right? So king tide flooding goes back decades. And you know, there's pictures from the 1950s in Miami Beach where you would have a little bit of that saltwater inundation during the fall season when we got those spring tides or king tides that we get during that time. But now it's not just, you know, a half a block in Miami Beach. Now it's numerous blocks in Miami Beach. Now it's Coral Gables. Now it's Coconut Grove. Now it's Fort Lauderdale. It's all these communities that are having to face many more days of coastal inundation due to sea level rise. Here in South Florida, the seas have risen 6 inches in just 25 years.
Wow.
A half a foot in 25 years. And just to give some perspective to the folks watching, sea level does not rise evenly around the entire planet because of regional variations having to do with oceanic currents and other factors. Some areas rise faster than others, and we happen to be one of those places where the water is rising faster than others. So folks are either actually experiencing that, or they're seeing it in the news, whether it's the newspaper or social media or traditional media. We are also right now living through the hottest year Miami has ever had in our history. Our records date back to the founding of the city in 1895. And there's never been a hotter year than the one we're living through right now. And people are very aware of that because we've all suffered through it. I mean, the number of days where the heat index has exceeded 105 degrees has been numerous, and that seems to be increasing every year. So generally speaking, I can talk about the subject matter of climate change without having people here saying, hey, you know, you're crazy, or you know, why is it so cold? Because it's never cold here. Or why is it snowing? Because it never snows here, right? I mean, there's just local reasons why I'm not getting that pushback. I will tell you, on the other hand, that it's very interesting. I mean, because of my job, I am required to be on basically the more widely used social media platforms, and that includes me having a presence on Facebook. And I mean, the folks on Facebook, when I post, I recently posted, oh, I know what it was. I shared a story from the Telemundo network, all right? Widely watched. They have a national newscast anchored by Jose Diaz-Balart, the same guy that anchors nightly news on Saturdays for NBC. He does Monday through Fridays, the national news in Spanish for Telemundo. And the weekend anchor is named Vanessa Ock, and she is also the environment and climate reporter. And she put together a marvelous report, about 4 minutes long, on what the Trump presidency has meant for climate and the environment. All I did was post the story using the same headline that the Telemundo network had used for that story on my, you know, fan page or public page or whatever you want to call it. The reaction was just, I mean, the vile that I saw there. So it's really interesting. When I say things, people don't seem to get that upset because I'm talking about them in generic terms. But the mere fact that the word Trump was in that headline, because the story was about what the Trump presidency had done to the environment and to climate, triggered a bunch of people. And, you know, I mean, you know how Facebook is, right? I mean, actually, I gather as I look across the room here, not too many people are probably on Facebook in this crowd here, because, you know, it's such an old person's social media platform. But what's happened here in Miami-Dade, and you know, this is going to get back to what you just said, you know, Biden underperforming in Miami-Dade. The Cuban community here and the Venezuelan community here has swallowed hook, line, and sinker the advertising and all the propaganda declaring that Joe Biden is a socialist, which, I mean, for the young people in the room again, right?
sure.
I mean, you
There's
guys don't
a
see
lot
it.
of
This
Every-
is the farthest you're
like
seeing.
half the people in here are
100
like, we wish he was socialist.
Yeah, I know. It's
Right.
100 years of history, though, in Miami-Dade County about that word, socialism, right?
Exactly. So they've been very, now I don't know how much of that type of advertising has been going on in other markets across the country, but I can tell you that the word socialist in local advertising for this campaign not only is being used in the Trump-Biden contest, it's being used in every single contest, including nonpartisan ones here, for example, for Miami-Dade mayor. The mayor of Miami-Dade County, which is a very powerful position, controls a budget of $8 or $9 billion a year. Okay, it's a nonpartisan race, but it's a progressive candidate, Daniela Levine Calva, versus another commissioner, Steve Bovo, who generally has aligned with Republicans in the votes. And of course, textbook what's been going on this campaign in the negative ads against Levine Cava, who, by the way, last I looked, is leading the race. Radical, socialist, defund police, all the things, and that type of advertising is going on here in South Florida, big time, for every single race, whether it's for congressional races, the presidential, the nonpartisan ones. It's just nuts. There's a commission seat. I laugh because, if you've seen 537 votes, which I highly recommend, okay, the depiction of what Miami-Dade, or especially the city of Miami.
It's about the 2000 election, right?
Yes, it's about the 2000 election, but half of the documentary for Billy Corbin is about Elian Gonzalez. And because, I mean, in reality, you can blame the Supreme Court for the loss, the Al Gore loss in the election to George W. Bush, but in reality, the reason that Florida didn't go for Al Gore was Elian Gonzalez and the reaction of the Cuban community here. They basically repudiated Gore, and at least among their community, he lost in a landslide to George Bush, and therefore, he lost Florida by 537 votes. But the depiction of what Miami was in the 90s is so accurate. I mean, I got here in 1991, and this is what I lived through when I was here. I'm not Cuban, by the way. I'm Puerto Rican. I don't look Puerto Rican, but I swear I'm Puerto Rican. Anyway, the dynamics of politics here is just incredible. The amount of propaganda and just false information on Spanish language radio in particular, and a lot of the social media platforms, has been just, off the charts. Really, really a lot going on in terms of that. And I'm telling you, these communities have really taken that hook, line, and sinker. They've believed every word of it. And that's why you're seeing such a large turnout for the GOP in Miami-Dade, where Biden will still win Miami-Dade, but he won't win by as many votes.
I will say that is there on social media too. Like as I've scrolled through, you see people talking a lot about the Cuban vote and how it's really gone towards Trump. I do want to briefly just note something that Jamie said in the chat, which was, if only Biden was it really was an eco-socialist. Instead, we've got Trump socialism for the fossil fuel industry and capitalism for the rest of us, which is insane.
By the way, it's interesting. I mean, we're saying all this and we're talking about Biden underperforming in Miami-Dade. But I mean, as I'm looking at the political page here, with 77% of the vote in, Biden has a 160,000 vote lead in the state. So, I mean, it's going to be tight, but the panhandle is still missing. So, the panhandle.
I think that's because Broward County turnout was so good today. That's kind of what I looked at.
Yeah. New York Times is saying there's a 95% chance that Florida will go for Trump.
For Trump?
Trump.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
by probably 3. The estimate is 3% right now.
Okay, and that 95% forecast was put out yesterday, or was put out?
No, it's
actually
right now.
real time?
This is their live needle forecast based
see,
on the
yeah.
results that are coming out right now.
Yeah. So, well, again, not surprised. I'm not shocked if Trump does indeed win Florida. But we all know there's a lot more paths, even losing Florida, for Biden to win the election. So I think Pennsylvania is the key here, and we'll see what Pennsylvania does.
I'll just say I'm on the 538 interactive page right now, which automatically recalculates the results based on any map that you choose. I'm putting in only the states that have been officially called so far. Right now, there's no results that have changed. But if Florida goes for Trump, then it shifts to a 67% chance of Biden winning versus a 90% chance of Biden winning. So it's a big deal.
And it does look like Virginia has gone to Biden, according
Yep, I have that.
to sources. I kind of want to, so we're getting like towards the end of this hour and we're going to have other people come in, but I want to give everyone else a chance to talk again. One thing I would love to hear from everybody is sort of what they've taken from this election so far, like really like what this has kind of taught them from a climate perspective. In particular, I'm also interested in hearing from Katie, because she's worked for Bernie Sanders for a long time, just about these like this socialism, like the idea that Joe Biden is a socialist, and how that's become a motivating factor against him. Interested in hearing about that from you, but I would like everyone to sort of just think about for a second, like what kind of is the prevailing lesson you've learned from this election cycle so far as a person working in climate policy and climate politics. Maybe we could just go around. I have Katie in the right-hand corner if you want to start.
I'm gonna smush your questions together, and I don't necessarily know that I learned I learned this cycle, but definitely the messaging and like what we as a climate movement choose to focus on. Are we going to focus on polar bears or real human people with real lives and real jobs and real children? Are we going to focus on emissions and numbers that nobody understands, or like making sure that every job has a union? We have to pick. And so how I'm going to smush those is there was a poll earlier today that showed that 70% of Fox News viewers support expanding, or it was like healthcare for all, and they support spending more money on green energy. So I just think like we have to choose how we're having this conversation with our compatriots, especially coming out of an economic crisis and out of a pandemic that overwhelmingly put the brunt on Black and Brown communities, and definitely in particular a few Indigenous tribes, that we really come out of it focused on real human beings and the way that they're experiencing this moment, and think through how focusing on jobs and how focusing on dignity of work is going to ensure that we all have the kind of future that we're focused on. And so that busts out of any election. So that's why I kind of started off with the work that we need to get into. But I'm going to circle back to the first question since I didn't really answer it. I kind of cheated. It's just that if you by any chance are watching this and you're in line to vote right now, you should stay in line. And if at any point in time while you voted, you felt like there were irregularities, you should report those, even if you report them tomorrow, just so that especially if this election comes down to litigation, that we are ready for that. And for those of us who are old enough to remember 2000, we thank you for your service.
Everyone here is old enough to remember 2000, right?
Like, were you old enough that you still carry the traumatic scars of the year of like Al Gore and everything that happened at the Supreme Court?
Hanging chads.
Yes.
Hanging chads. Yes.
Yeah. Like people are like, oh, 2016 was so bad, and I'm like, ooh, but Florida in 2000 though.
I'm too young. I'm the young one.
Actually, Rachel, I'd love to hear from you too, because I feel like I haven't heard from you in a while. like about
Yeah.
lessons that you've learned from this election cycle?
I guess I wouldn't say lesson, but I just hope, and I think I told Mary and Amy this, to keep, for folks to keep up the momentum of discussing environmental justice and the intersections beyond just climate change and how it does relate to the economy. So economic justice, racial justice, immigration, healthcare, COVID-19, and just, making clear that those intersections do exist. And it's not just, it's not just climate change. And it's, it's this like vast like web of things that really connect with each other. And, since the last debate with Kristen Welker, asking the first environmental justice question for the first time, it's just like, just keeping the momentum and not so that we, that discussion or that discourse won't disappear just in the background. Since I feel like as I mentioned before, like I think during the No DAPL protest, like we saw this like big discussion of environmental justice, and then it like sort of went down, and then it was last year with the youth climate movement, it went up again, and then it dwindled with the pandemic, and now we're seeing that sort of momentum again going further with environmental justice. And I just hope that like people are clear with the connections with climate change and climate justice, with all the different issues that we all care about. So yeah, it's not necessarily lessons, but it's more of a hope. Mary.
How about Catherine? Sorry,
Sure.
I was just texting other people who are trying to join this later. Catherine, any like overarching?
Yeah, I mean, I think for me, the drumbeat for me is just that the climate crisis is a leadership crisis, and that the only thing it takes to lead in this moment is to show up and do the work. This has been something that I've been like trying to get through to my students, right? That like climate leaders are not scientists necessarily. Climate leaders are not policy experts necessarily. Climate leaders are not elected officials necessarily, right? That there are so many ways to participate in this kind of big ecosystem of transformation. And yeah, I hope that we kind of carry that focus forward, that we need climate leadership in every single sector, in every single space, at every single kind of level of governance and scale. And yeah, that we just continue to try to make this the biggest and strongest team possible, and to welcome people in, because I think the reality is that the climate movement has not been a very welcoming space for a lot of its history. And I feel like that that's really shifted, and that feels really exciting to me. Yeah.
How about Mary? I haven't heard Mary's wonderful voice in a while.
Yeah. So the first thing that jumps out at me is that our TV media is really, really, really far behind the 8 ball with this. I noticed this a lot in monitoring the discourse during the debates, the primary debates and the presidential debates, that especially in the primary debates, right? Like the Democratic primary, the candidates were dying to talk about climate change. And the audience was dying to hear about it. But the media or the moderators would be like, no, we're going to get to climate change later. It's like, how far behind do you have to be? And then you see the ad break. It's like, oh, you believe that BP algae shit. That's right. Like that's what's going on here. So that really jumps out at me, that TV media is a problem. Cable news is a problem, and not just Fox News. So that is one thing. Also, that people often think of politics and climate change as separate, which is very strange to me, because we don't think of politics and reproductive rights as separate. We don't think of politics and like racial justice as separate. We think of them as one and the same thing, right? Like politics is a very strange word, often used interchangeably with human rights. So why is it then not encompassing climate change? That doesn't make any sense to me. So that is one thing that jumped out at me from this election cycle, but also that climate is a winning issue. Turns out people like living. And so I think about like Ed Markey's campaign in Massachusetts. It was Massachusetts, right?
Yeah.
I confuse my New England states from time to time. But that was like a super winning issue for him. Like he pretty much ran on the whole thing. Also, there was the environmental justice platform this year where Joe Biden's eye turned red, which is not exactly a shining moment, but whatever, it happened. And it was one of the biggest times anybody ever talked about environmental justice in a presidential platform. And climate change got more attention in the presidential debates than it ever had gotten ever. Like more than, I think it was 10 minutes cumulative. Eric, you talked about this publicly?
That's right. 10 minutes cumulative, yes. And it got 21 or 22 minutes this year in 2 debates.
It felt way longer because a lot of the questions were just so cringe-tastic.
Substantial and good questions, right?
Some of them were cringy. Some of them were super cringy. It's like, so he said you're gonna like fire that guy over there. So what do you say back to that? It's like, that is a terrible fucking question. And it's just like, you need a climate journalist on one of those panels. You also like, if you're covering anything about anything, you need to get better at covering climate change and integrating it. Emily has thoughts.
I mean,
I was thinking of the environmental justice question.
Can we just talk about how the reason everybody is here tonight, the reason that everyone's so like down to come on and talk on this super impromptu, technically super inept, sorry me, like climate thing is that, you know, we're not on TV media. You know,
I wouldn't do that shit anyway, but yeah, I hear you.
I would do it. Put
it's
me
almost
on
as
TV.
if there should have been a climate debate, Emily. You know?
I'll TV the shit out of this election. You know, like what? Invite me, like, but that I'm struck that everyone, leaders in the climate space, were free tonight to come on our janky ass YouTube because they're not on television. Because
we'll say Varshini was fully booked tonight, and she declined. She sends her regrets, but we'll have other people from the Sunrise Movement on tonight.
Yeah.
Anyway, how about Becky?
I hope that I don't cut out too much for you guys in the car here. I am struck by the repeated attempts to try to separate what we're doing with helping people, that what we want is going to hurt people in some way. And I think Katie touched on it with the whole polar bears versus people. I've met with farmers all throughout Colorado. They know climate change is happening. They don't deny that. What they don't want is to be blamed. And so when you go into that space and say, we're going to talk about solutions, I'm just here to show you, you know, what you already know, that the data here is showing this, and you're more likely to have these issues with really hot days, or, you know, more variability in when that first freeze or the last freeze happens, and you're going to be more vulnerable. You know, saying that I see that this isn't a problem for you, and I'm trying to provide data to help. And so I think the more communication we have to say that what we're doing, we're not trying to make life harder for people, actually trying to make life harder for people. And I think sometimes the sides want to switch it that we're taking away jobs, or that immediately we want to shut down the fossil fuel industry. And it's like, no, the practical solutions are key, and making sure that everybody gets through this is key, but we can't just keep going down the path and not doing anything. That's not a solution. So to me, the key is really making it about the people and seeing more of that. And I think we are seeing more of that, unfortunately, as climate change is actually making these terrible things happen throughout the world right now. to say that we care about these people and we're trying to come up with solutions, not just shut everything down and, you know, take everybody's jobs away or happiness away.
Totally.
Climate change is about life, really, and who gets to live and who doesn't at the end of the day.
Hey, I know you have to run, and I know we're coming up on the end of the hour. We'll get to everybody before we jump off, but can you?
Sure. I'll give my 2 cents and it'll be short because I agree with everybody. I mean, I think that, you know, the only thing I would emphasize even more is that that sort of connection that climate change is something that affects everybody, affects like the poor and working class and people of color like disproportionately, and that the solution is like a robust kind of plan that is both economic justice, racial justice, and climate justice all at once. Like the fact that like that is now on the table in some sense is obviously just a testament to like years of organizing that people have done. And I just think like, not that anyone in this room is patting Biden on the back, but I just want to like say that, you know, to the extent that he's picked that up, it's like a result of amazing organizing that folks in this room have also been involved in. That's one thing I'll say. And just like one other quick thing, and this is just like becoming a pet peeve of mine that I don't know if anyone else has sort of shares this idea that it's not really something I've learned. It's just like something that's annoying me, which is that I do feel like with all the emphasis that Biden has given on the jobs climate connection and the sort of green economic recovery approach, he really, really missed an opportunity to explain what a just transition is and to rally around it. And like, the reason I just feel like he let himself, and we could speculate as to why, and it's not unrelated to like the fossil fuel, you know, friendly folks in his orbit, right? I'm sure, and to just his own centrism on these topics. But like he, you know, let himself get backed into the like ban fracking thing. Of course, I want him to say ban fracking. I think we should ban fracking. But like a way to respond to Trump on that is not to say, no, we never said we'd ban fracking. It's to say, fracking is taking a nosedive right now. Like coal is taking a nosedive, and so is oil. And what have you done to rescue the workers, like 100,000 of which have been laid off, right? Like in 2020
just this
alone.
week.
And it's just
Chevron
like,
and Exxon.
There's such an opportunity here from a purely instrumental political perspective, in addition to it being right and my point of view, to say like, Trump, there's already folks getting laid off. I'm not going to lay them off. Like global capitalism or the markets or like the lack of demand is laying them off. What are you doing to rescue them? And then to show in that moment, like what a just transition would actually mean and make it more concrete, which has been one of the hardest obstacles in the climate movement has been, there's this whole thing around climate and labor, which I think is often totally misinterpreted. Lots of folks work in this room like shows that that's simplistic, but there's obviously is a challenge around folks directly in the fossil fuel industry. And I think right now, while unfortunately many of those people are losing their jobs, there's like a way to say, this is what we would do for you as soon as I get into office in January. And just like make the conversation about that rather than about banning fracking, which again, I wish he would say, and it turns out Pennsylvania voters on average are like, not as hostile to that as one might think, but, make the conversation about a just transition. That's like just a frustration that I have with Biden right now of many.
The ability to talk about climate change effectively is demonstrative of the fact that you've either done the work or not. I think that Biden has been effectively pushed on climate change by the climate movement, and the fact that he cannot easily talk about that is just demonstrative of the fact that like it is a new thing for him now. This is it's even more evidence because of the push. It's not because of his deep, wonderful commitment. And it's evidence that should he win this election, he will require more pushing, more learning. This is not a fight that is over if Biden wins the election. It's also illustrative to me of something Jamie said, earlier about like socialism for the fossil fuel industry. I don't know if Jamie, if this is a good transition for you to come.
I'll take it. No, I mean, I completely agree with Thea. Like I think that we've missed a big opportunity, but we made some progress, but we need to make a lot more about how we actually talk about fossil fuels and how we talk about workers in the energy sector. I think Democrats spent most of this election trying to run away from talking about fossil fuels. Like they did everything they could to avoid mentioning the words coal, oil, and gas. You could see that in a lot of platforms. And we saw that earlier this August when the Democratic platform committee tried to strip out any mention of phasing out fossil fuel subsidies, only to face this huge backlash that got the Biden campaign to clarify that they were actually willing to do that. And I think that's important, not just because obviously we actually need to phase out the fossil fuel industry to meet our climate targets, but because it is good politics. And it's important politics for us to actually get behind. Kate Aronoff wrote a great piece over in the New Republic about how Democrats are actually setting themselves up for a trap if they don't talk about what a just transition could look like. The fossil fuel industry, as Emily, you were saying, is hemorrhaging right now. The coal industry is completely collapsed under President Trump. Oil and gas is falling apart as well, like a house of cards. And that's in spite of the massive bailout that has happened for the fossil fuel industry because of the coronavirus. I mean, Marathon Petroleum, one of the most evil companies in our country. This is the company that is polluting, communities in Detroit, communities in the Bay Area, all across this country. They got over $1 billion tax break from the CARES Act. And it's not as if they hired a bunch of workers with that. They fired a bunch of workers after they got that $1 billion tax break. That goes straight into the pockets of CEOs. And I think that that's a case that Democrats could be making much more strongly than they are. That actually running up against the CEOs of these major fossil fuel companies is something that would be really popular. So here's hoping that, that becomes a message that Democrats pick up this year. I guess my big lesson from this election is like, politicians should follow social movements, like they need to listen. Like the amount of time and effort it took for Sunrise and others to like finally convince Democrats that they should be talking about climate change, like it shouldn't be that hard. And I know it doesn't have to be that hard because we have great folks like Katie who can show that like congressional offices, Senate offices, like can meet and follow and work with activists, that can happen. And so my hope coming out of this is that Democrats actually wake up and realize, oh shit, like maybe we shouldn't have like been shoving those Sunrise kids aside for a long time. Like partnering up with them a little bit earlier on could have been to our advantage and could have helped turn people out. I think we made a ton of progress this election, like the climate movement, the climate justice movement, those who insisted and fought for climate to be a racial justice issue. We made incredible progress, completely transformed the debate and showed that we can finally win on this. And that's exactly what we need to keep doing, no matter who's elected. As folks have said, like this fight, I hate to say it, like it's just beginning. So like, it's totally okay to be hungover tomorrow, but like, make sure you have some emergency and like other hydration because we need to get back to work pretty quick on this stuff.
And I think John is the last one here, right? For the lessons?
Well, I mean, I don't know. The lesson to me, based on my interaction on, particularly on social media, is people are living in their own universes. Our fight will continue, but there's going to be holdouts of people that simply have stopped listening to facts, whether they're scientific facts or investigative journalism facts or what it may be. People are just living in their own worlds right now. And, I'm optimistic about tonight, despite us, I say, I presume everybody here, despite Biden losing Florida, I believe that, the night or the week or the month will eventually yield a Biden presidency. But that doesn't mean that things are going to be easy. There's a lot of people that are just simply they're refusing to even believe facts. And this is where we stand right now. So my lesson of the election is that this is getting dangerous in that sense. I don't know how we're going to get much done when there are camps of people that are just, again, living in an alternate universe and just refuse to budge. So it's going to be a challenge down the road.
Yeah. Gonna be a challenge. Okay, well, we're running a little bit behind. We're gonna clear out the meeting room for a little bit. Guys, thank you so much for coming and hanging out.
I'm just gonna promote one more book on my way out then.
Yeah, I love it.
My copy. I got my copy somewhere.
Leave you with, if you want a good explanation of what a just transition could look like.
Thank you, guys.
The last one. Okay.
Derek.
Can
Okay.
I make one request before everybody goes? Tomorrow is my birthday. Can people sing happy birthday to me?
Happy birthday to you.
Happy
birthday to
you.
Happy
birthday, dear Mary.
Ooh,
Happy birthday to you.
Wow.
I can hear like a delay because each person's hearing another one. And that was
I can
amazing.
hear people sing on Zoom. It is fucking awful at everything I dreamed of.
Amazing.
Happy
We are a
birthday.
beautiful
Happy
symphony.
birthday.
Happy birthday, Mary.
Thank you.
Thanks, Derek. Thanks, Emily.
Thank you guys so much.
Bye,
Thanks,
guys. You all
everyone.
rock.
Thank you all.
Bye.
Bye.
We are gonna admit we have some news right before the next group. We have like more people coming in, but there's like some stuff that happened.
So let's say
The election. It's the election. Remember the election?
Yeah.
Do you got any of it?
Oh, the stuff that I have is that Florida got called for Trump.
Florida.
But let's say, okay, factoring into 538's interactive tool, calling all of the states that have been called so far. So we have Oklahoma, Indiana, Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee, Alabama, Mississippi, South Carolina, and Florida for Trump. And all of those northeastern states for Biden. There's a 25-75 split right now. Biden's still favored to win the election.
And it looks like the AP has called Mitch McConnell as.
Yes, that's the end of it. That's the other thing that I didn't want to say while we were getting those vibes earlier.
Mitch McConnell.
Oh, I hate that guy.
in Congress. That's happening. Okay, let's bring Brian Kahn in. Let's bring Brian in, my friend Brian, who can talk about Mitch McConnell and any other good thing that's happening.
So
cool.
Brian, we just have heard the news that Mitch McConnell is going to be president. What's your reaction?
Oh my God, this vest. Are you fucking kidding me?
We got the vest.
I just wanted to rep. Check it out. Oh wait, no, that's sad. There we go. Little fast vibe.
Wait, but do you have the? But is it Patagonia? Is it Patagonia? Yes, it is Patagonia.
I'm like just a walking stereotype. I'm also really hot. I've been waiting wearing this vest for this camera to turn on, and I'm like, damn, all right. I'm taking off the vest. But I'm so stoked to join like the cool vest crew. Represent.
I'm offended.
Sorry. Emily, do you want us to send you a vest? Would that make you feel better?
I don't have a vest.
You know what? If you send me back that half a bottle of whiskey, I will send you my vest. We'll trade.
Not a good trade. Yeah, Mitch McConnell. Well, I don't even want to know. I want to know, Brian, like what's been going on with you. So Brian, for anyone watching, is the managing editor at Earther. I did call him in my newsletter a climate bad boy.
He's a friend of the podcast, we'll just say.
Friend. What's your night been like? What have you been looking at?
What am I looking at in life? Like right now?
No, your night.
The night.
I don't know.
What's going on in your world?
I mean, you know, I turned on like MSNBC for a little bit, just like to sort of like, I mean, I was obviously watching the live stream here. I was like, all right, let me take a break, check out MSNBC. I was like, that Florida news was just really like bad and gutting. And I know there's like more states out there, but I just have been really struggling to like put together that some of these states are going back to Trump and that they're even close, and that there have been inroads in places like Miami where you think like, how can climate not be on the top of people's minds? And clearly it's not, since Trump actually gained votes in that area compared to 2016. It's really surprising to me.
I learned so much from John Morales.
I know.
Yeah.
Like just like about.
There's going to be a lot of New York Times features on Cubans, hopefully, to understand the complexity.
Just about the cognitive dissonance between like, he can bring up climate change in a Miami-Dade weather forecast and nobody cares. But if he brings up Trump and climate change, that's where
lightning bolts.
And it's not that, people don't in climate ground zero don't think that climate change is real. They're fine with it, but it's when you insult their demagogue, their demagogue as being responsible. They're just unable to differentiate between the thing that's happening and the person that's doing it.
I mean, that's honestly like, I wrote a piece on this a couple months ago about like receiving a lot of hate mail and like responding back to people. And a lot of this hate mail came through this article about Exxon where people are like being super political and you're an asshole and we want to murder you and things like that. And I said right back to people and be like nice and be like, hey, I think here's where we can find common ground, and found people were super receptive. And so, it's really like, that's the tension for me is I'm like, it's obvious who is doing the bad thing, right? And so why wouldn't we call those people? I mean, that's the whole point of like heated and accountability, right? But it's like people also want to reconcile, and it's a weird mental space for me because like on the one hand, like, yeah, like we need to call out the bad actors. And on the other hand, like the goal is to have a habitable planet. So like, what is the best way to get that message across? I mean, I guess we're still working through that, clearly.
So annoying.
Do we want to bring in, are there people in the waiting room right now?
I got mad people in the waiting room.
Oh man, can't wait.
I got so many people in the waiting room. Wait, before we do, I just want to know, Brian, are you consuming any beverage, alcoholic or non-alcoholic this evening?
Well, I'm following advice that I get from a great newsletter, Heated. I'm drinking water. Guys, stay hydrated, but I am also partaking in a little bit of Japanese whiskey as well. So, it's a little 1-for-1 thing we're going right now. The ratio may switch depending on how the night goes.
And there is a lot of night left. All right, I will admit all of the waiting room, which are some pretty dope people. There will be a lag. We got a good journalist crew in this group of people that I'm like, that I'm pretty stoked about. Justin, I think this is Justin Warland at Time Magazine. I think this is the first time I've ever seen you in person.
And we're not even in person. We're over a computer screen.
No, that's what in person is now.
I think actually it's crazy that I remember this. In 2017, I think we went to this SCJ thing.
We met at an SCJ thing?
Yeah, in 2017, I think. I'm not 100% sure. In Dallas, maybe?
I never went to Dallas SCJ thing, so
okay. Then maybe not. Then I'm just completely wrong. So I'm embarrassed now. Wait for me to start out.
No, don't worry. I was going to be embarrassed where I was like, we've never met. And you were going to be like, we've had multiple conversations in person. Yeah. Like,
well, good to see your face over Zoom.
Thank you. Ditto. Kate, New Republic. Kate, I always say
Kate is here.
Took my former job, is better at my job than I was. And also, aren't you co-author of Thea's book? You're on mute.
Is Thea here?
She was here in the last.
Oh my gosh, wow, all the people.
Yeah, do we want to just go around and do a little intro for everybody?
Yeah, so let's ask the same questions as we did last hour, which are name, title, and any causes you'd like people to support. And were there any questions? Other questions?
No, I think those are good.
That's good enough.
Snappy,
Okay.
get along.
So we've had Brian on for a while. Are there any causes you would like people to support tonight, Brian?
It's a good question. I mean, I think regardless of what the outcome of the election is, press freedom is a big one. So that would be high on my list, in addition to obviously all the great climate work going on out there.
Great. So Sarah, we have you on right now. And to my understanding, you have been a poll worker tonight in Minnesota. Is that right?
Yeah. Hey, everyone. It's so humbling to be with this incredible group of people. I am Sarah Goodspeed, Youth and Policy Manager at Climate Generation, based in Minnesota. And I am still here at the polls. I'm on my break at Princess High School, which is now an elementary school. And our polling place is here in the gym. And it's been amazing. We have an amazing community. For a couple of the things I'd like to plug for support, just going to bring it hyper local. Our polling place is located very close to George Floyd Square. And so really supporting Black Lives Matter, support your local Black Lives organizers. Our community has been really hit hard throughout this entire year from all of the intersections that we're experiencing. And a really big one in this community is also homelessness. And a lot of our organizers are working to support homeless encampments here in South Minneapolis, but also across the metro. And so in all of our communities, of course, folks are experiencing increased homelessness and increased visibility of homelessness, and it's more dangerous than ever with this pandemic. So look for folks near you to support. There's still a huge need. We still have our polls open till 8. So I'm going to get back in there in a few minutes, but really excited to be here and to be supporting climate justice through democracy and through all these intersectional solutions.
Thank you so much. And Sarah, your organization is Climate Generation. I might have missed if you said that, but Climate Generation is an amazing group of people that are working on youth and community outreach and climate in Minnesota and around the country. And it's been really an honor to be so closely located with you guys over this last year. You're one of the first climate organizations that I heard about when I moved here to Minnesota a couple of years ago, and understanding how much climate means to people in Minnesota. This is a place where everyone relishes the 4 seasons here. Like, if it's winter, you love winter. If it's summer, you love summer because it's so short. If it's fall, you love fall because it's so beautiful outside. It's a perfect fall state. And if it's spring, you're waiting until Memorial Day to plant because you're so excited about your garden and what you can grow. And it's just like everyone is so rooted in nature here, and it's something that I've never experienced anywhere else. I've lived anywhere in the world.
That is so true. I don't know if we have other Minnesotans or Midwesterners on this group. But yeah, when we get to work with youth and educators and across our communities, that love for every season certainly comes through across Minnesota. We have a lot of different kinds of communities, different racial communities, different geographic communities, different biological regions. And we're just so proud of everything that Minnesota has here and really fighting to preserve it and to support communities so that we can all enjoy everything that Minnesota offers us.
Thank you for so much for being here tonight.
Thanks, everyone. All right, we have a half an hour left in the polls. Make sure everyone's getting out to vote. If you're in line by 8, you can still vote. And so we got a few voters here, I'm going to go help out. So thanks for
Thank you
having
so
me on
much.
this really quick,
Take care.
quick visit. Thanks, everyone.
Okay, I think next up, Justin, right?
Sure. So I'm just talking a bit about causes. Is that
like
who you are?
Yeah. Oh, right. Introduce myself first. Right. And then some causes to support. Yeah. So I'm Justin Warland. I write about climate at Time magazine. And like I jump around to a bunch of different issues. I try to focus. I mean, obviously, climate can be so many things. I try to focus my coverage by talking a lot about the way that climate relates to other issues, and particularly I do a newsletter that ties climate to whatever's happening in the news that week. So trying to really explain, that climate is more than this narrow issue that people often think about it as. And I guess I would just say, pay for journalism would be my pitch. Pay for journalism, like especially local journalism. Also, like people who are like good climate writers. We've got a couple of people on the call, obviously, who have their own newsletters. But yeah, pay for good journalism. Pay for climate journalism. That's my pitch. That was it, right?
Okay, how about Josh? What's up, Josh?
Hi, how's everybody? Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yep,
you've got a really
we
good
gotcha.
you've got a really good background. You would get like a good background rating on Room Rater.
Thank you. I'm in my
10 out of 10.
Got our internet and our power back after the hurricane. So I'm
my gosh.
happy to be able to see everybody, and it's certainly an honor to be on with you guys. This is like the most incredible alignment of climate people ever I've ever seen. Obviously, like I'm trying to keep one eye on the New York Times, one eye on CNN, one eye on MSNBC, and stay in the room and talk to you guys. Because I can't believe I could actually express a thought with my brain feeling like a mashed noodle right now. But I would like to shout out two organizations that are close to my heart. One is the Damascus Citizens for Sustainability, which fought off fracking in the Delaware River Basin and continues to fight for clean water in my home state of Pennsylvania. The DamascusCitizens.org, it's from Damascus County. Also, the Lakota Way Healing Center in Colorado. My good friend Doug Goodfeather, who does this incredible healing work for PTSD and veterans, and also Native Ways. So that's the Lakota Way Healing Center. You can look them up, lakotaway.org, I think it is. So if anyone's interested in giving some money over those places, they're small. I like to think about small grassroots organizations, because we know that that's really the backbone of everything we do, right? Yes. Everybody knows that the front line. Oh, I could say also something else down here in New Orleans, Justice and Beyond. Another great grassroots, Justice and Beyond, fighting frontline battles down here in New Orleans against gentrification, for climate justice, in Cancer Alley. So those are three: Lakota Way Healing Center in Colorado, DamascusCitizens.org, and Justice and Beyond here in New Orleans. I just think that when we take a look at the environmental movement, I've been noticing this phenomenon for 12 years since I started fighting fracking in 2008. That it is really the small mom and pop grassroots organizations that do all the work. And then a lot of the times, the NRDC or Sierra Club or Food and Water Watch, Environmental Defense Fund come in and say, well, we just had this great victory, and send out all these fundraising emails. They raised a lot of money off of things that happened at the grassroots, right? So, and then the grassroots organizations get mad, and then there's divisiveness, and it's the typical cycle of the left eating itself. But if we could just think about the grassroots, think about the small organizations, people sitting around 12, 15 people on Sunday mornings, figuring out how to stop this LNG terminal or that frack gas zone or whatever. Those are the people who I feel are the closest to my heart. And when I think about the front lines, so that's what I would say. But it's wonderful to be with you all. And again, I'm Josh Fox. I directed the film Gasland and How to Let Go of the World and Love All the Things Climate Can't Change and Awake, A Dream from Standing Rock. I have a new film, or I co-directed that film. I have a new film coming out really soon. So hopefully Sundance will take it, that I filmed 6 months in the woods in Pennsylvania during COVID, living in a one-room cabin, a la Henry David Thoreau, while popping out every once in a while to do my show, Staying Home with Josh Fox, which is on TYT, which Kate was on and Eric was on. And I would love to have all the rest of you on because we talk about the Green New Deal every single day. It's the show we talk. It's called Your Revolutionary Guide to the Green New Deal. And we talk about all the intersectional issues that are part of the Green New Deal, specifically talking about justice, because the Green New Deal is about justice. It's not about solar panels. Anyway, I don't want to take up too much more time. So, but thanks for having me on.
Josh, I've been dying to ask you, since Pennsylvania fracking has been like the #1 issue in the country for the last 3 weeks.
It's been like a dagger in my brain every single time.
What do you think?
Well, this is one of those situations in which actually the dog whistle is going the other way. If you look at the climate plan, right? If you actually look at the plan of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, it does phase out fracking on a timescale that is kind of commensurate to a ban, right? Back in 2016, when I was on the platform committee for Bernie, we were fighting. I had 2 amendments to propose to the Democratic platform. One was a ban on fracking, total ban on fracking. And the other was a ban on frack gas infrastructure, like all the power plants, all the pipelines, all the LNG terminals, blah, blah, blah. The more important one to me was actually the infrastructure ban, because that was the end use. And we got that passed. We actually got that into the Democratic platform during a Clinton, candidacy. And the Biden plan basically does that. It bans the infrastructure, it phases out the power plants, and that's the end use. And we're so addicted to frack gas at this point that even if we said ban now, it would take us 5 or 6 years to phase it out and ramp up all the other stuff, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, that's kind of what their plan does. So it's semantics, and I think what they're trying to do, and I don't know if I believe in this strategy because I think it was a bad strategy for Hillary, was to gather votes in the middle of people who were, Republicans who didn't want to outright ban on fracking in PA, thinking that all the other votes in PA were going to them anyway, right? Mm-hmm. And certainly, if anyone was listening to me in Pennsylvania, or people like Sandra Steingraber, and any of the fracking, leadership of the anti-fracking movement, or people who are influential in it anyway, people were saying vote for Joe Biden, right? And at the same time, it was extraordinarily difficult to be punched in the stomach every 5 minutes when they were saying, we're not going to ban fracking. We're not going to ban fracking. And I have this to say, yes, you fucking are, because we're going to make sure you do. Because the bottom line is that that's up to us. It's not up to them. It's up to us. And we have pushed them in Pennsylvania, all across Pennsylvania. There's a ban on fracking in Pittsburgh, right? The entirety of Pittsburgh. Sure. There's a ban on fracking in the Delaware River Basin, right? Which is the water supply for Philadelphia. There's an extremely strong anti-fracking movement in Philadelphia. So, we're going to make that happen, because that is the progression that we're going to see. But I think the main story here for me is the extraordinary, never before seen $2 trillion climate plan from the Biden campaign, which we've never seen anything like that from a presidential candidate in history. You guys can fight with me about that if you want. I would love to hear more details from anybody on that issue. But when I've been sort of duking it out on Twitter with people who are saying, well, the green bill, every single day, 50 or 100 bots yelling at me about fracking on Twitter. Well, didn't you make a movie about this? Well, isn't that your thing? Didn't you talk about fracking? Didn't you? I'm like, yeah, we put the K in fracking. That was what we did. Before 2008 in our movies, the fracking.
Oh, yes, that's true. Right. Yes.
We put the K in there, because that was going to stick. So yes, I have a vested interest in what fracking is. We taught the world what fracking was. But obviously, this is one of those situations in which I think they're trying to garner votes, and we all know that if Donald Trump wins this election tonight, we're in the world of pain, and there is no going to be solving the climate crisis, maybe at all, because we've got 10 years left, and if 4 of them go to Donald Trump, we're in deep shit. So that's my the way I speak about this. And what's scary is it's looking like Donald Trump is about to win Florida. We don't need Florida, but it's looking like he's about to win it. So that looks. I hate being ruled by the suburbs of any kind. But that's really where these people don't know about fracking. They're like, whoa, We're in the suburbs, so we can't have a strong opinion about anything. Meanwhile, people in rural places that know fracking is going to destroy them are against it. And people in the cities who know that they depend on the water are also against fracking. So
I've seen the same thing happen in Texas. The fracking industry basically collapsed this year.
Well, it's a house of cards.
Mhm.
I mean, we've been forecasting this for years. I mean, the fracking industry
Mhm.
doesn't make any money. It doesn't make any money. It's
Mhm.
propped up by subsidies. So if the subsidies go, the fracking industry goes. You know, but the biggest problem with all this, and this is hard to speak about, is that the reason why Obama and Biden were so pro-fracking was it was a geopolitical gambit against Vladimir Putin in Eastern Europe, right? They were pushing fracking in Poland, pushing fracking in Bulgaria, pushing for fracking in the Ukraine, pushing fracking, which, by the way, that whole Hunter Biden thing is not a conspiracy theory. That is I would love to see somebody write about that, because there's no reason why he's working for a fracking company in the Ukraine, right? Right. Anyway, the whole point is that Putin supplies Eastern Europe with frack gas. Okay? So the Obama-Biden administration was playing a Cold War game and pushing American fracking, American gas, in all those Eastern Europe countries. What they should have been doing is pushing a Green New Deal for Eastern Europe, which would have diffused the whole situation. But of course, they are who they are, and they did not do that. But that's what I think this is all about.
Mm-hmm. Thank you so much for
I have
all the
many
work
more
that you've
thoughts,
done.
but you don't want to hear them. Go to somebody else.
Samantha, Dr. Samantha. I have been following your tweets so much over the last couple of months. I feel like you've sort of like carved out a space that was so needed in this year full of disasters. That now we have some of the language to talk about disasters and the social context that they exist in, where maybe we didn't before, that we've all experienced the shared trauma this year. But I'd like to know a little bit about who you are and what you do and which cause you would like people to support tonight.
Sure. So I am an assistant professor at Massachusetts Maritime Academy in the Emergency Management Department. I study disasters, study how we manage them, what we do to prevent them, what we do when they happen, how we recover from them. And most recently, I've been working to kind of pull this body of disaster research that we've had going back many decades into a climate change context, and to, like you said, help kind of take some of this language that we have in the disaster world and bring it to a broader audience, bring it into climate work that other folks are doing. In terms of who you all should support, I don't have a specific organization, but I would just like to kind of shout out any community across the country right now that has experienced a disaster, not just this year, but in the past few years. Our media cycles are moving so fast. There's been so many disasters that many communities have not at all gotten the attention that they may have gotten in the past. And particularly given the new challenges of the pandemic, are really, really struggling through recovery right now. So kind of maybe pick the disaster that's happened closest to you, look for local organizations that are doing kind of more localized recovery work in those communities, and do what you can to support them.
So tonight we have to say also that Hurricane Eta made landfall in Nicaragua, one of the strongest hurricanes in the last 150 years to make landfall there. This is a story that is worth telling, and this is a story that is going to continue for years, the recovery from this hurricane, just as, you know, southern Louisiana has been hit by what is it, 5 named storms this year in a few months. The communities in southern Louisiana will be recovering for years. These stories don't end just because the news stops covering them. So shout out to all the people experiencing disasters tonight. Kate, we would like to see what have you been writing about, talking about recently that has meant the most to you, and which causes would you like people to support tonight?
Yeah, hi, thanks for having me. This is such a fun collection of people, some of whom I've like spoken on the phone with or never met or have known for years. So that's a treat for me personally on a sort of hellish night. As you know, I'm sure you all can relate. Yeah, so what have I been writing about recently? I mean, I am a beat reporter. I write about climate mostly for the New Republic. And thinking about kind of election specific stuff, I've been really interested in races happening in Texas, which is not a place I've spent a lot of time, I am afraid to say, but I think it's fascinating for some of the reasons that, that Josh mentioned and that you mentioned, Eric, just that we've seen this like total collapse of the fracking industry there after, you know, it was already sort of starting to implode back in 2018 when a lot of the drilling companies lost access to finance, but is now really speeding up with COVID, and people are just suffering there. And it's been sort of strange to be sort of tracking that through COVID really since March, and since prices went negative in April, which was a sort of big watershed moment, and to hear people in the industry talking about how, you know, we might be at peak oil, how there is not a future for oil and gas, how they're trying to diversify themselves, and then have this totally divorced conversation happening in the electoral cycle, which is that fracking is creating all these jobs, is this infinite source of employment and good union work, where it's just not. And so it's been really sort of jarring just to see those two conversations sort of playing out.
It's an alternative reality.
Yeah. I mean, you hear one story like on the Financial Times, and you hear a totally different one on whatever like post-debate panel is on MSNBC. So I'm watching Texas, and both for those sort of broad reasons, and that there are real Green New Deal champions who are running in Texas, and I'm like sort of nervously checking my phone like everyone to refresh results, but particularly there is Mike Siegel, who's running in Austin and out through Houston, sort of a weird gerrymandered long district, on a Green New Deal and a just transition. Has a lot of union support. I think would be a really exciting race if he won. It seems like he's doing pretty well last time I checked, and I don't know how long that will hold, or maybe by the time I'm talking that'll be different. But and the Texas Railroad Commission race, which I think is really fascinating, and I didn't know very much about until this year, but has nothing to do with railroads. Is the oil and gas regulator for the state, which is really important because a lot of our drilling happens in Texas. It's very concentrated in a couple of states, and most of that in Texas is on private land, and the Railroad Commission has jurisdiction over private land and can really hem in things like methane leakage, which is happening. The person who's running, Krista Castaneda, is not an eco-socialist, I would say, but is someone who is committed to certainly, thinking about the climate crisis and committed certainly to methane regulation, which is new for that body, and would be the first Democrat to win statewide in Texas since 1994, which I think would be huge. So yeah, so that's kind of what I'm paying attention to tonight, beyond the general trash fire that we're sort of set to be living in for the next little while, and causes to support. I mean, I would say that the Sunrise Movement has been doing the Lord's work in the last since 2018. And obviously, I think if there are local climate justice organizations in your city or your state, those are very worth supporting as well. Just thinking toward the next couple of days and weeks, depending on what happens tonight, I think finding a bail fund in your city to support would be really important. I'm in Brooklyn, the Brooklyn Bail Fund does good work. I think if, Trump does what he has said he's going to do and try to contest the results of this election, we need people out in the streets. And there are people who are planning on that, who are working on that in election defense. And because we live in the world we live in, some of those people may get arrested and bound up in this horrible criminal justice system we have. And so supporting people to get out of that as expeditiously as possible, I think is good. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's about the limit of the Cogent thoughts I can string together.
Thank you, Kate. Can we go to Ashley? I'm so happy that you're here with us tonight. I would love to hear more about you and the work that you're doing and the causes that you believe in right now at this moment.
Hello, Buju Asanukwe Indigenous Cause. My name's Ashley Fairbanks. I am from Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'm from Gawababiganikog, the White Earth Nation of Anishinaabe, which is up by the Canadian border. But I actually live about 1,500 miles south of there in San Antonio, Texas right now. So if all of you are interested in Texas, I am over here feeling pretty nauseous looking at the results coming in. It's been a crazy few weeks of early voting here. We surpassed 100% of turnout before Election Day. And so it's just very stressful to watch and to not try to hope about anything. Like to try to keep my hopes down to Beto had a really high lead when the results came in. So anyway, beyond Texas, I am an activist and an organizer and an artist and designer. I'm the creative director for the 100% campaign, which is a coalition of most of the awesome progressive organizations in Minnesota who do climate work. So we help kind of build a coalition around climate policy, around 100% clean energy in a way that's really focused on doing things in a way that's racially equitable and sustainable in all of our communities. So kind of putting climate policy through a race-class lens. Other than that, I usually work in electoral politics. So I moved to San Antonio actually to work for Julian Castro. And before that, I was Ilhan Omar's comms and digital director for her campaign for House. But yeah, I love climate work. I love electoral stuff. I love to win. And I love to make really beautiful stuff for the movement, which is mostly what I get to do now, working with great organizations like the Green New Deal Network and tons of folks who put together stuff for COVID policy, just kind of making campaigns that stand out in a world that's more and more visually cluttered. And I don't know, this weekend I launched a pretty fun project called Calm the F Down, which is using kind of the best progressive messaging about what actually turns people out when we're around an election and what helps build confidence in our election system in a way that's full of swear words because people love swears. And the things I try to encourage folks to support, people often come to me like asking for the one organization they can give to get rid of whatever guilt they have. And I try to get people to challenge that and say, how do you set up a reoccurring way of giving directly to folks who are most in need. So on Twitter, there's this great thing on native Twitter called Settler Saturday, where people just post their Venmos and their stories of what they need that week. And I think it's a great place to give because through that kind of mutual aid, you can make a really direct impact on someone who doesn't have the money to replace a tire that week, or who just needs to buy food for their family. And I think that's a lot better than giving to a lot of, I work for a nonprofit, so I feel bad saying it, but a lot of us, we spend a lot of money on things that don't directly impact people's lives in an immediate way. So I love seeing all of these mutual aid networks pop up, especially over COVID times. Yeah.
Can you show some of your art? Because you are prolific in Minnesota. Everyone wants you. You're the person to do art for them.
let's see, what would be the best way to do that? I probably should just go to my profile real quick. You can follow me on Twitter at zbing, and then I can't screen share, so I can't do that.
Okay. Is there?
I don't have anything around me that I made.
Is there a way that people could support you personally, or do you have? Are you selling any art?
Oh, not, like I said, follow me to keep up with those things, because the biggest thing right now is I actually don't have any of my personal work up, like my website or my portfolio or like prints I usually sell, because I've been absolutely swamped this cycle with doing work for other folks. So yeah, I don't know, follow me and retweet my stuff.
Yeah, I'll share your Twitter account right now, and then people will be able to find you from there. Great.
All right, I had to microwave a bunch of pasta food today.
I think, yeah, and I think Billy's been waiting a while.
Who hasn't
Billy's the person who hasn't gone yet. So, and then after that, we might do a quick round again.
Oh, I have news to share after Billy's thing. So.
All right, let's go, Billy.
Also, well, Kate might have to hop off, which.
Okay.
I'll go fast then. Thanks for having me. Sorry I was late. When we took a little break, I took my dog on a walk to do some like nervous election energy stuff and let her pee. And then she just chased the possum and it was like a whole thing. So it took me a while to get back. It's good to see like a bunch of people that I've like known for a while, and some folks that I've only known from Twitter, and then a bunch of folks I haven't met before. So this is like a great way to spend an hour or so of the night. So I'm a landscape architect and a city planner, and I run something called the Ian McHarg Center at the University of Pennsylvania. It's a design research center. So like Ashley, lead a bunch of design work, often around climate and built environment related topics. And so, you know, our theory, the kind of two theories of change we try to kind of hold together in the center are one, that like no one will understand something like the Green New Deal or the energy transition through like the molecules in the air, like the carbon, or the electrons in their circuits, like the things that are powering our little Zoom convo here. But they will understand it through like material investments in their everyday life, like in their home, where they work, in their commute, in their neighborhood, in their parks and sidewalks, et cetera. And so focus a lot on, you know, with a bunch of architects and landscape architects kind of translating different conceptions of the Green New Deal into like physical form and art. And the thing that drives the center's work is really the idea that like designers, like physical designers, versus like say graphic or visual artists, are at their best when they're like not working for luxury real estate developers or like giant wealthy city parks departments, but working for either their local or national climate justice movement partners. And so could throw like lots of that up if you really wanted, but happy to just like have a combo with everyone. I think you also wanted us to talk about like things to support. There are a couple like buckets of things I would say. So one would be, I think other folks have mentioned, is just to find your local environmental justice, climate justice org and support them. They're always under-resourced and like over-asked for work. And for me in Philly, that's Philly Thrive, who are fantastic. Been organizing for a very long time here, and around 10 or so years ago, started organizing around the shutdown of something called the PES refinery. It was a refinery run by Sunoco that everyone knew was like past its license life and was going to fail at some point. A little over a year ago, it blew up and took out a portion of the neighborhood, and is now going through the kind of repurposing, rezoning, reselling process. And Philly Thrive is really leading the fight to stop or slow down that process. So send whatever you can to them. And to whoever your local EJ/CJ org is. The other thing I would say too is that, you know, there's like a bucket of orgs who are building infrastructure in the South and the Midwest or rural parts of the US generally, who are like hugely important. It's part of the reason why places like Georgia and Texas and Arizona are in play for us tonight. You know, there are lots of other reasons, but that's one of them. And so there are a couple of national orgs who do this kind of work that are fantastic. One is People's Action, which has a whole bunch of projects in it, including the Homes Guarantee, which is public housing residents fighting really for 10 million new units of public housing and all kinds of other basically a Bill of Rights for housing residents. who are fantastic. Everyone should support. Other folks have mentioned the Sunrise Movement. I would just flag a couple of things there that are art related. Their postcard program, which was like a smashing success that a bunch of folks helped put together, but Brittany Bennett in particular really helped lead. It's just they do incredible work, like across the full spectrum of all the things we need in the climate justice movement. So send whatever you can to them. And then I would also just quickly flag my friends at Indivisible, helped really like a little over 4 years ago now, helped Ezra and Lee and a whole bunch of other folks get Indivisible started. And have just been blown away at what they've been able to build in 4+ years with chapters all over the country. Who are really like, they've been texting the hell out of me for the last month or so in Pennsylvania. But yeah, that's another place where I would think about sending resources. So that's it.
I wanted to just briefly give some updates on some stuff that I had seen as I was microwaving lentil pasta, which has more protein than regular pasta, just in case anyone wanted to know. Nothing terribly surprising, but we did have, for this crowd, potentially interesting, Jim Inhofe won re-election to the Senate. So we'll have a few more years of Snowball Guy. I teach a course this semester of journalism students, and it's a climate journalism course, and I showed them a picture of Jim Inhofe holding a snowball on the Senate floor, and I asked them, do you know who that is? And it was cricket silence in the class, and one of the students actually said Mitch McConnell, and I was like, no.
But good guess.
Close. No, it's not Mitch McConnell. But you know, just interesting that, you know, easy re-election of like the Senate's most outspoken climate denier, person that really shaped, you know, really shaped not only climate denial in general, but like the Trump EPA. The Trump EPA is basically full of Jim Inhofe what's the word? Acolytes? Oh, Billy. Did you have that on hand? Did you have that background on hand?
I have like a million of these, Emily. This is like all I do. I teach too, so this is like every day I have a new background with my students.
You're like, and snowball. But yeah, just one of those things I wanted to point out. One of the things I would love to, you know, we haven't really touched on in, you know, almost over 2 hours of doing this live stream, 2.5 hours doing this live stream, is the fact that it's a pandemic right now. And that like we're all voting during a pandemic, doing this during the pandemic. The reason we're all like at our houses is during a pandemic, is because it's a pandemic. And how that has, you know, the pandemic itself has really shaped how I approach climate change coverage now, and even how I think about climate change, especially during this election cycle. You know, one of the things I was just thinking about recently was that, you know, when like media outlets, because I think about my own professional life, I'm a narcissist, when media outlets do not cover climate change as if it's this like urgent threat to human life that science shows that it is, because, you know, they don't want to be alarmist, they don't want to scare people. They're basically doing the same thing Trump did when Trump said that, you know, he didn't want to be honest with everybody about coronavirus because he didn't want to put people into a panic. I really feel like the pandemic in a way has given us at least, you know, some sort of really coherent communication tool around how to communicate the risks of climate change and the hypocrisy of how we deal with climate change compared to other issues. And I'm wondering if anyone else has had sort of like any similar revelations during the pandemic about climate change and its relation to coronavirus over the election cycle. Maybe we could start with Brian.
Oh man. Will I say something coherent? TBD. I mean, honestly, like, I'm gonna see what I can do here. I mean, I think, you know, for us at least, at Earther, like a big thing of like Earther, I mean, so for people that aren't aware, like we were part of the Gawker sphere, and then Gawker went the way Gawker did, and Gizmodo splintered off, and now it's kind of a whole network of sites. But the real, like, that ethos of like having blogs that are responsive to like what's in the news. I mean, I know, like, you know, in general, like people doing reporting are pretty responsive, but like that is a big thing, is like, what is the kind of like bloggy angle on the thing that's happening, and how do we make the thing that we're covering really relevant and fit into this? And that has, you know, that's basically been essential to like sort of keeping us afloat in this area. Is like, okay, like what are the connections between the pandemic and climate change? You know, what are these air pollution connections and people that are getting sick with COVID? And then, you know, when the racial injustice, police brutality issues started coming, it was like, what is the connection there? You know, how are fossil fuels interlocked with the police? Those are kinds of things that just, I think for me, you know, like, have I always thought like, oh, you know, have I really always thought like, you know, what is the pandemic? Have I always thought about pandemics, I guess, as like a thing that I would ever cover? Like, no, but I think that part of what we do, at least at Earther, is like try to be nimble and like find that connection. And so it, in a lot of ways, it's sort of reinvigorated my desire to cover climate stuff and find new ways to talk about it, just because, you know, this is now going to be a facet of our life for, you know, whatever it is. I mean, 6 months, another year, 5 years, until there's a vaccine, even after that. So in a lot of ways, yeah, I mean, this is really, the pandemic has shaped our climate coverage. And I think, you know, maybe a little bit vice versa. I mean, some of the things that we've covered climate-wise have in turn like informed our broader pandemic coverage on Gizmodo, which is our parent site. So, you know, it's a little bit of a, I think it's just a learning experience though, as we go along. I don't know if that made any sense, but that's been the process for us.
It made sense.
Oh, good.
How about you, Justin? How have you been like approaching coronavirus and climate change?
Yeah, I mean, I think the parallels are just like very clear, and so it's made for good, like illustrative purposes to like just show the parallels and how we underestimated this virus, and like how a lot of people are underestimating the implications of climate change. Like, I think just drawing those parallels has been it's like been useful to use COVID for that purpose. But I also just feel like, I don't know about others, but like thinking so much about climate change, I think in some ways prepared me. Like I was definitely one of those people in February who was like, this is going to be a big fucking deal. And I think that totally was a result of like thinking about and understanding that the world is not necessarily going to look like it looked, you know, a year ago forever. And so I guess, why do I say that? I guess I feel like
we knew. Climate reporters knew.
Climate reporters knew. And I don't know. I feel like there's something about like using that as to communicate to others that's been really helpful. I also have to run. I'm so sorry. But
if anyone needs to jump off at any point, like just do it. It's totally.
But it's just, I just wanted to say I'm like really, it's great to be on with everyone. So good luck with the rest of the evening.
Thanks, Arsim. Kate, like I'm wondering too. It's like the theme of like climate reporters knew with the pandemic. If there was anything like that for you, because I certainly felt like, you know, why isn't anyone listening to me about climate change, about coronavirus? It's like you see the science, and especially when it first came to the US, and it was like, you know, many scientists were just like, yeah, this is probably going to last for at least a year. And everyone was like, nah. And I'm like, you guys, like, listen to us, you know? Did you feel like people should be listening to climate reporters more?
Yeah, it's funny. I mean, I've had I've had a lot of thoughts, but sort of on that note, like when I first started at the New Republic, it was in January, and at that point, COVID was really mostly in China, sort of as we understood it, and it was slowly sort of seeping out into Europe. And it was like my job to cover COVID. At that point, I was like the person who was writing about COVID. There's a great cover story by Larry Garrett a little bit later, but I was like, I don't really know much about infectious disease. This is certainly not like my area of expertise, and I would not really call myself a science reporter in any real way. But had sort of basic tools, and I think from that and just watching it play out and writing about it too. I think the thing that became really clear was like there's just this sort of technology of denial that I think was really on display with COVID. And I've been working on a book about climate denial in part, and just to see so many of the same talking points, same sort of like political like wounds picked at by pretty similar interests. I mean, the GOP broadly, but also just like right-wing foundations, and hearing these like virtually identical lines, like, well, we wouldn't want to hurt the economy if we were to take this problem seriously. We wouldn't want to, that might be a bridge too far if we were to shut the economy down. And just to see those things really happening alongside as I'm, writing about like the last 20 years of climate denial, was really clarifying. I mean, it was really, I think, an educational experience as much as it was like a horrifying one, just to see that this is really the same playbook. I mean, Naomi Oreskes and Eric Conway obviously write about this. Other people have sort of detailed that history a lot, but it is just the same stuff picked up and put onto an infectious disease. And I was talking to, I think it was Dave Pomerantz at the Energy and Policy Institute. Who's great, everybody should follow his work. But I was talking to him, and he said this thing, it was like, there's no like big COVID. Like, no, there's not like a body, like a big industry that's like paying to speak on its behalf with COVID. Like, this is just repeating these like weird denialist tropes for like a much less clear material end on the part of the right. Like, obviously COVID is destroying like economic well-being all over the planet. And there's not like, just, you can trace the sort of like material logic of climate denial in a way that's a little more direct than it is for a pandemic. But it's just wild. I mean, it's just all the same stuff. And it's horrifying. I mean, and the cost of that is millions of lives, as we see. On that upbeat note, I do have to hop off. So,
great to have you, Kate.
Yeah, thanks for having me. And,
yeah, thanks for leaving on as a wonderful note of horrifying millions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, mass death.
Really on brand.
Yeah, that's how I like to think about it. Just end every conversation.
So we got polls just closed in Colorado, in Arizona, I think. We are moving on to the next hour.
Can I say something real quick about what you just asked? I think it's really important too, because I don't think we talk about race and class enough in the climate movement. That we also think about like, this is also because I'm from Minneapolis, the intersection of what happened with the George Floyd uprisings around the country, and how that also kind of added a layer to discussions that are happening about the intersections of like climate and racial justice. And that COVID really just kind of magnified all of our existing, racial disparities. It, impacted poor wage earners the most, who are, mostly women of color. And to me, it just also kind of created like an emotional rawness that was already there for a lot of folks, opened that up even more to the idea that like, we really can't live in a status quo world. There's no room for our existence in the way things are right now. And it was just very interesting to watch that new realm of possibility open up in Minneapolis, where kind of the dominant narrative became, we will die if we go on living how we're living right now. And in those days, I was in Minneapolis when everything was happening, because my dad lives 3 blocks away from the precinct that burnt down. That's where I grew up. and I flew home because his store burnt down in the first night of the uprisings. And the way our community gathered together afterwards, like completely built like new mutual aid networks, built neighbor to neighbor networks. We were organizing our own police network to put out fires. And I think it just really showed people like there is ways to do the work that we want to do. And there are ways for us to recreate our communities in a way that is like more sustainable, that is radically different than what we imagine now. That's all.
For sure. Yes, for sure. I remember the feeling of being in the Twin Cities that night. I was just across the river in St. Paul. You could hear the fireworks. You could, and the next nights you could, you know, the helicopter circling. You just felt like this was a moment where either the community would come together or everything would collapse. And some people decided to help and some people didn't. And it's really clear now, you know, the city's continually clearing the encampments, and it's something that people are driving past and not thinking about again, I think. And I think this is something that happens in Minnesota a lot, is that people ignore the problems that are right in front of you. And it's just sort of like one of those moments where I mean, honestly, like white folks like me need to listen and take leadership from people who know more than we do, which has not happened before, I don't think, which is why we're in the problem that we're in.
So I'm just noting that we are like running a little late on the 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock hour. I would love to get one more question in to Samantha, Josh, and Billy before we wrap it up. Just like, you know, I'd love to know, Samantha, how the pandemic has intersected with your work, your climate work over the election season, and if there were any takeaways you had.
Yeah, I think the pandemic has, from kind of a disaster standpoint, revealed the fragility of our ability to respond to crises that occur over this like broad scope and scale. And I think there's this really important parallel there to the way in which climate impacts manifest across the country. And something that I've been talking about and other disaster researchers have been talking about for many years now is this concern about the capacity of kind of the emergency management system specifically, but kind of like more broadly, all of us being able to respond to an increase in disasters across the country, especially when those disasters are occurring simultaneously. You know, going back to the 2017 hurricane season, there was this like very stark example of that strain on the system during Harvey, Irma, and Maria. But I think this year, as we had every state kind of enter their own crisis simultaneously across the country, and our inability for like all of these different reasons to be able to adequately respond to that is kind of this like more than a major red flag of how unprepared we are for managing these impacts that, you know, have just begun, but are going to continue and to grow in their scope and severity. So yeah, really important connections there, nothing really positive there.
Great.
Sorry.
We're getting into the sad portion of the live stream. It was inevitable. This is a climate change live stream. after all.
What's the sad portion?
Oh, just how like we can't handle anything, and like, you know, we can't process two crises at once, and how like, you know, there's no solution to
Oh, that part. I'm sorry.
being overwhelmed generally. Human
just-
nature is bad.
Right. Well, all of those things. Well, sorry, I had to just jump off there. A friend of mine, a very good friend of mine, a very important leader of the fracking movement, just called me and said she was losing her mind and she needed to talk to me. So thank you for.
Why she losing her mind? I mean,
Well, because of Florida, probably. Because we were all hoping that Florida would come in for Biden and then it would be over. And it's not looking that way. Although I am getting some hope out of North Carolina and Ohio right now. I mean, you guys are all probably watching this, right?
I mean, I like, if you see my head turning, it's because I have the TV on over there. There's like,
Oh, see, I have on the computer, I have you guys here. I got CNN there, I got MSNBC on my laptop. I'm like,
I have Twitter on my phone.
like overdosing in Twitter. I haven't even tweeted. I just can't even tweet. I can't.
Yeah.
Twitter is so toxic lately anyway, especially with every single thing I say. It's like 1,000 people tell me about fracking. And I'm like, I love you. And I hate you so much.
It's a love-hate relationship.
What? I mean, I love that they know the word, right?
Oh,
That's
yeah.
like a huge point of pride, but at the same time, like to get attacked over it is pretty intense. But I mean, I just think I've been hearing about all you guys working, all your projects that I didn't know. It's extraordinary. And, you know, I'd love to talk to everyone on my program when we get a chance to do that after this is over. Of course, if Trump gets reelected, what are we going to do? Can I ask that question of the panel? What are we going to do?
Same shit I've been doing for the last 4 years, man. Just like
right.
reporting trying to report and keep pushing, you know? Mary, who was on the last hour, has she has a great philosophy that she says all the time, that you don't get to give up.
Yep.
You don't get to give up no matter what the outcome is, even if it looks like it's worst case scenario, especially with climate change. We know with each degree it gets warmer, it can always get worse. But the flip side of that is that with each degree of warming that we are able to prevent by just spreading information, you know, that's how much better it is. That's an opportunity to save lives. So you know what I mean? What are we gonna do? Be like, fuck, probably, but like, you know, re-strategize, keep thinking, keep pushing.
I might move to Canada. My wife's Canadian, so that's kind of a nice get out of America.
Howard. Oh yeah.
That's fucked
It
up,
does
right?
help. It does help to leave America, which I did by moving to New Orleans.
Y'all cowards.
I recommend
Y'all.
You know, it's honestly something that like really gets me, because I'm like, it's interesting. Like, she's Canadian. She moved here for grad school. She has American citizenship as well, but like, she's like very Canadian, right? And like, she's here and she's like, this country is so fucking weird. Like, I just want to leave. And you know, the idea of going to Canada, I'm like running to Canada, right? I'm like, fuck, Canada is so fucking weird. Like, I don't know if I could do it, even though it's way less weird than here. So despite being like an easy out, I'm like, damn, I'm strangely attached to this very, very, very fucked up place, which is this country.
You know, I'm patriotic. It's like, I don't get why climate deniers and fossil fuel lovers need to be the only ones who get to have an American flag, right? Like, I do journalism because I believe in, you know, its promise for democracy, which is inherently American, you know? So.
No, I feel that. Like, it's kind of a weird thing to be, it feels weird to admit that in some ways, but I'm like, it shouldn't feel weird to admit that. Like, I guess, I don't know, like, maybe I should be more pro, like, dissolving borders, but I don't know, I feel very...
A lot of America in here right now. And it's,
I want Billy to chime in. I see Billy kind of laughing.
Billy, give us a good, perfectly wrap up this conversation so we can let in the people in the 9 o'clock waiting room, please.
Okay. I don't want to get into like the American flag imperialism thing. We'll like set that aside for the next group. But I think like to Josh's question earlier, like what happens if Biden wins? Like all the same shit happens, really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like the work in some ways is actually kind of harder because he's gonna, like every other elected official is going to do what he's like forced to do, both through like people annoying the shit out of him on the streets and like in the press, and also like through Congress compelling him to be a more green, a more progressive, a better president. So yeah, like the things we asked for maybe change, like going from defense to offense is different, but the amount of work is going to be kind of the same. I don't know if that's like positive or what. Yeah.
I think the amount of work is going to be the same. I don't think that I'll ever get to sleep.
No, like I don't know when that's supposed to happen, but I haven't hit that phase of my life yet.
Yeah, I just feel like maybe I'll wear less black. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I'll drink like less because I'm sad and more because I'm happy. Like that,
right.
Those things will change. Yeah,
I'll be goth because I like it, not because I'm sad.
Exactly.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I'm personally extraordinarily concerned with Trump's authoritarian followers who live all around me in the hills of PA and all have AK-47s and AR-15s and are getting increasingly violent in the streets. And I'm increasingly worried about that as the status quo in life, you know. And I don't know. I mean, I of course, talking about the climate, we get into really dire projections if we don't have the next 4 years to really work with in any way. You know what I mean? So that's what I was saying. I wasn't suggesting that we don't work. You know what I mean? I wasn't suggesting that we give up at all. I was just thinking, like, you know, in terms of looking at the math, we're looking at, you know, really severe things. But I'm just talking about just basically general safety in America. You know, for anyone who isn't your run-of-the-mill, you know, football player, white guy, because it's just that way, you know, especially when you leave the major cities. You do face that incredible amount of discrimination, and that discrimination gets violent, and it's very scary when those people start to attack you. I got attacked on the Delaware River Basin, you know, just because I look different than the way, you know, those people tend to look. I lived that my whole life because I'm a Jew, and they're like not, and they know, you know, they have that internal calculator that's going on all the time, like whether or not, and that's terrifying to me. It's terrifying to see those people emboldened in the way that Trump emboldens them. And that's, I haven't even been able to think about whether or not this election wouldn't go our way. So I'm still sitting here glued to the TV and trying not to lose my mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yep.
Doesn't sound like it's going to go well for any of us to not lose our minds. I'm going to lose my mind no matter what happens.
Well, and Biden is certainly no, you know, like big champion on the climate.
Yeah.
I think we could work on that. And I think there has been a lot of work on that. You know, I think the Sunrise Movement and AOC and Bernie Sanders got to him.
For sure. So we have we're like way past the hour mark.
Mm-hmm.
We gotta say goodbye to you guys. Let the people in the waiting room in.
Thank you. It's been a pleasure.
Combos, see what's going on with the election. But thank you guys so much for coming on and chatting climate with us and an antidote for whatever's happening on my TV behind me.
Thanks for having us.
Yeah, thanks
you all.
Thanks so much, guys.
Thank you,
great
guys.
To meet you all and great to meet you.
That's your election night.
Okay, bye.
Eric. How's it going?
Man, it's like, it's sort of like overwhelming how many of people that were conversations all across the country simultaneously, everyone's fears, everyone's hopes, all mixed together. There's no clear message. I feel this is what I'm talking about. I mean, like you and I have talked about this a lot before. It's just like when you break out of the media and go to like independent media, people talking about what they're hearing. When I report a story, it's because people have told me that this is important to them. It's not because, hopefully, it's not because it's like some idea that I came up with on my own with no basis in reality. It's like a lot of times you watch the narratives that I check this a lot because I check New York Times, Washington Post to see what the top stories are pretty much every day. And often they have the same stories in the same placement on the homepage at the same time. It's like, it's the same thing and you can't break out of it. This constructed narrative, and it just doesn't reflect reality in the world. Like the kind of conversations that we're having here tonight about, you know, indigenous sovereignty, about what it's like to be a Jew in rural Pennsylvania, what it's like to move across the country because your family member is dying and you want to, it's like, these are stories. This is reality. This is what people are experiencing tonight. And this is not what, you know, what the lead stories are going to be in the New York Times tomorrow morning.
Yeah. I still periodically I'm looking at the election results coming in on like Twitter and then looking over at the TV, and I'm just like, I don't know what to trust or believe just because of the complications of the COVID pandemic. Like so much of tonight, I felt like has been really great conversations about, you know, things that we don't normally hear in election coverage on election night. But then again, like this is such a weird election night anyway. You know, we have time and space for these conversations because it's not like we're getting we're getting real-time results, but I don't even know whether or not to trust that that's what they are because of all the mail-in, because of all the early voting. But I am grateful, you know, the pandemic has taught me how to look at silver linings, and I am grateful for the silver lining of a weird election night to have us be able to have conversations like this that aren't normally not something that I would do on a normal election night. Would not Zoom for 3 hours plus. Now I'm like a Zoom queen. I can Zoom all day. We have 4 people waiting in the waiting room. Shall I let them in?
Yes, let's do it.
It's a good little group, smaller than the last one.
That's going to be the trend for the rest of the night. We're going to keep getting smaller and smaller until we disappear with anxiety into our bedrooms.
Hey, David.
Hi there.
How's it going?
I broke out the best T-shirt in the whole world.
Ned Lamont.
But wait, not Ned Lamont, not Governor Ned Lamont. Like Ned Lamont. I don't know if you can see it for Senate 2006 when we took out Jolie. Well, we tried to take out Jolie. We took him out of the primary.
So. I don't know any of this. Hey, Julian.
Oh my God.
Julian, you're muted.
What's up?
Get that
How's
mute
it going?
off. Fine.
We got to figure out a lighting situation here. I'm on my couch watching the Hunger Games.
The one on the the one closest to your face. Like a
hold on here. We might have to get my ass off the sofa.
The natural light is good.
That's good. I like it. It works.
How y'all doing? Florida. What the fuck are we gonna do about Florida?
Yeah, it's not good.
Not an ideal situation, is it?
Not
yeah. Good. So we had earlier on, we had John Morales, who is a meteorologist in Miami, talking about the intersections between socialism and Cuban immigrants and excessive ad money being spent in Florida this year. And it was really fascinating to hear.
And like the cognitive dissonance between like everyone who knows that climate change is
and king tides, sea level rise, climate change, heat waves, all that stuff is all happening in the exact same place.
Accept that Trump is one of the reasons for it. Like you say that, they're just like socialist.
Well, the progressive mayoral candidate won, which is weird. Like Miami-Dade County, according to the data right now, both was such a shitty showing for Biden that it probably handed the state to Trump, but also elected a progressive environmentalist mayor at the same time. Same place.
Julian, could you give us like a rundown of what you see nationwide, like what's happening right now compared to your priors?
For progress for everyone watching, FYI. That's why he knows stuff.
He's the nerd of the group right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we don't know a whole heck of a lot yet, but the initial showing in Florida was not as great as Democrats might have hoped. It also might be an outlier. Also, it's worth taking anything said right now with a grain of salt because we'll know more things in an hour and 2 hours and all that. So.
Well, what's everyone else doing tonight? Let's do the general going around circle, who you are, what you do, and what you're looking at tonight. Shall we?
Let's do it.
David, we can start with you.
I'm David Sirota. I run the Daily Poster. I was Bernie Sanders' speechwriter on his presidential campaign. A few of my friends call me one of the most hated people on the internet, so that's a nice distinction. Thank you. It's a big world out there. I'm trying to do my best. I'm in Colorado. My wife I don't want to call it, but looks like she's going to win re-election for the state legislature. Looks like John Hickenlooper is going to become the U.S. Senator out here in I would argue, the most depressing Senate race in the entire country. Although Cory Gardner is being defeated, so that's good. But certainly on climate issues, like, Cory Gardner versus John Hickenlooper is like deeply bad. And I apologize on behalf of Colorado to what we've done, because it was one of the most winnable Senate races for a progressive in America. And actually, we had a Senate candidate, Democratic Senate candidate, who ran on climate, fighting climate change, and was kind of ridiculed, by the way, for running on fighting climate change. His ad is too hard hitting, too scary. And well, here we are. So that said, I mean, Cory Gardner is going to be gone. So that's really good. And we've been doing some really good climate stuff at the state level. And the Democrats are going to probably win seats in the legislature. So that's good. But we are still fighting the oil and gas wars out here. Even in a blue state, trying to regulate and reduce and ultimately end things like fracking. It remains a huge battle, even though Democrats control every statewide elected office and both chambers of the state legislature, and it is still a fight. That's how powerful the fossil fuel industry is. So I don't know if that was good news or bad news or sort of news.
It's mixed. Everything tonight is mixed. Everything's mixed.
Yes. I'm getting a quick call. I'll be right back. Eric, you can.
Okay. Julian, I would like to hear who you are, what you do, and if there's a cause tonight that you would like people to support.
Yeah, for sure. Well, thank you guys both for having me on, and apologies for jumping in the chat and saying not great things about what's going on in Florida. My name is Julian Noisecat. I am the Vice President of Policy and Strategy at Data for Progress, which is a lefty think tank and pollster, which is why people were asking me about Florida and some other early results and things of that nature. Things that I'm paying attention to tonight. Well, if this call was like 4 hours ago, I would have encouraged people to hop on the text or phone banking, hop on the dialer. Tonight, I have the Hunger Games on for after we get off this call, and I would recommend like tuning out of social media and the media and tuning back into family time and friend time and things like that. I don't think we're going to know anything particularly useful if we stay up late into the night. So
that's great advice. Thank you for that.
I also think I've interacted with a couple of people on here, particularly Kelsey. I think we've corresponded about some stuff before, so this is cool.
Great. Can we go with Kieran? I'd love to hear more about you, what you do, and if there is a cause that you would like people to support tonight.
I'm Kieran Suckling. I'm the executive director of the Center for Biological Diversity, Tucson. And yeah, tonight I'm hanging out as long as it takes. I think it's true that we're not going to get final results tonight, but you know, things are still looking good to get the Senate. Biden's still up, but for environmental issues generally, you know, we had a really decent slate of Democratic presidential contenders in the primaries on climate, on environmental issues, on biological diversity, and instead we ended up with Joe Biden. As centrist as you can get, even more so than Obama, who's pretty darn centrist. So it's not like winning the presidency here is going to put us on a fast path to change the world on climate or on extinction issues. So we got a lot of work ahead of us. You know, I will say we've sued Trump every single week since he's been in office. I think we could probably go at least 1 week without suing Biden, but it's not going to be a walk through the park, and I'm really looking toward who he is going to appoint to some of the key positions, especially Secretary of Interior. And right now, you know, Udall seems to be the good front runner. And Udall is, you know, he'll be better than anyone Obama had put in. He'll be stronger. But he's still no Raul Grijalva, who we had hoped for under Obama. But we're not able to get. So I don't want to say it's the same old, but looks a lot like that. We'll be back to the Obama days, maybe slightly to the right of that. But maybe we'll get some shifts in the Senate. And that might become a bit more of a power locus than just relying on the presidency.
What's it been like to watch the Senate race in Arizona this year? Has climate come up very much?
Yeah, it has. It has come up. And Mark Kelly has got a decent position there.
Former astronaut, right?
Yeah, and it's you know, it's not the far left certainly among the Dems. It's a decent position. Well, it's interesting to see whether he'll be a leader or not, or just a consistent vote. But there's some good movement there. And then locally, interestingly, Adelita Grijalva, Raul Grijalva's daughter, has done really well to step up to the city council in Tucson, and that's where, or rather, the County Board of Commissioners, and that's where Grijalva started his political career. Ended up in the House, so it's good to see that starting to happen. Regina Romero, our former director of Latinx engagement, is now the mayor of Tucson. And she's really pushing Tucson toward a big climate climate adaptation plan. So there's a lot of good things happening locally, I think, and overall. Arizona turning more blue, which demographically it should be. It's been very strange to watch it be a Republican state and then a purple state, which really just doesn't match the demographics. So some good things happening here. I don't know what the fuck's going on in Florida, but we say that every 4 years. So one day that question will be answered.
Great. Kelsey, I would love to hear from you a little more about who you are and what you're doing and what causes you would like people to support tonight.
Absolutely, thank you. Akwe, hello everyone. I'm Dr. Kelsey Leonard. I'm a citizen of the Shinnecock Nation. Our territory is located on what's currently known as Long Island in New York. But currently I'm zooming in from Ontario, Canada, where I'm a professor at the University of Waterloo in the Faculty of Environment. So I have both an academic hat and a policy hat. Eric and I have previously corresponded a lot on some of the climate action work that I do in water spaces, particularly here in the Great Lakes, as well as along the Atlantic coast in my capacity as a member of the Mid-Atlantic Committee on the Ocean, where we're really advocating for sustainable ocean uses and planning throughout all of America's coastlines, but particularly in the Mid-Atlantic region where Shinnecock resides. Let's see, a cause. I'm less surprised by the way in which the election night is turning out. So I would second, Julian's response of maybe tune out for a bit and then come back tomorrow and we'll see where things lie. But that also sort of resonated with the cause that I'm going to bring up, is that despite what happens with the election, Indigenous sovereignty issues are still front and center. And oftentimes, no matter who gets elected, we still get the short end of the stick, for lack of better words. And so right now, grandmothers from our community are camping out on our traditional territory in the Hamptons to prevent taking and usurpation of land. That's our traditional territory, territory called Westwoods in Hampton Bays area, kind of surrounding that. So it's called Sovereignty Camp 2020. So if people want to donate, they have a GoFundMe. You can search that and be able to donate there. They're looking for donations. But yeah, we've got our Grandmother Warrior Society of elderly women who are out there in November degree temperatures camping out because the state of New York and the federal government are trying to take our land.
Thank you so much. Marav, you are a candidate for the US Senate tonight. I would love to hear from you about how your night is going. And just really honored to have your presence here tonight and to hear more about any causes you would like people to support. I think you're mute. Oh, there you go.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm a candidate. I was the Democratic, I should say. The results haven't come in yet. The Secretary of State hasn't released any numbers, but the AP called the race to my opponent, Cynthia Lummis. So I would say that I was the candidate for the Democratic Party in Wyoming. And actually, even though I know the results are disappointing as we're coming in, we feel here in Wyoming that we have made a big difference. Wyoming is dependent on fossil fuels, mostly our economy. And to be able to talk about climate and a climate crisis and to actually get good responses and to have a lot of people basically listen and relate to what we have to say was a surprise and a very pleasant one. We ran a very strong campaign. Everybody here tells us that we ran the best campaign Wyoming has seen in decades. So we feel pretty good about what we accomplished. And what we are going to do is continue talking about climate change, bringing it to the forefront of discussions here and elsewhere in the nation, And I'm really, really excited to be here tonight with you guys because, it will be a wonderful opportunity for me to link with many of you. And maybe together we can bring a message to the broader public, not just in Wyoming.
Thank you so much. I really, really appreciate that. Is there something that you would like people to support specifically that supported your campaign in Wyoming? Are there organizations? Are there groups that are doing good work that you think on climate in Wyoming right now?
Yes, a lot of environmental groups here in Wyoming, maybe not all of them talking about climate, but definitely I would recommend and highly encourage people to join the group that I'm a member of. It's an international group right now. It's called the Citizen Climate Lobby. And we have been working on a bipartisan bill in the House right now called the Energy Innovation and Carbon Dividend bill. And it's not so much donations, but actually participation. More people join the group and more people join us. And we have pods all over Wyoming, which is again, hard to believe, being such a Republican state. But a lot of people are stepping up and participating in a discussion and in putting pressure on our leadership to make sure that we do address the climate crisis.
Can I ask you what motivated you to run as a climate scientist in this year, 2020, when climate change is such a huge issue, but wasn't really a big issue nationwide until the campaign actually got started? So, what was your big incentive to run?
So I've been studying the effects of climate change on multiple ecosystems and animals for basically my entire career. I remember talking about the climate crisis back in the 80s, the late 80s, before anybody even, thought about it seriously. But more recently, I see the progression of climate. And just to mention, I study polar bears, among other things, and watching the sea ice daily with my morning coffee and realizing that things are progressing much, much faster than we anticipated, including my own research. Made me realize that I need to do more. And being an advocate, as I said, I'm part of the Citizen Climate Lobby, which is an advocacy group, is not enough. And so I realized that I needed to do more. I can do more. And basically decided to run for the US Senate, given that Senator Enzi is retiring. So it was an opportunity. And I can't tell you the responses I've been getting nationally, internationally, and in Wyoming, for the fact that the scientist, the climate scientist, is willing to step up, basically abandon a successful career, if I may say that myself, and take this challenge on. And as I promised people on the campaign trail, I'm not going to stop, even if indeed we lost this race. We are not going to drop the topic, and we're going to use the infrastructure that we created to keep talking about climate change and about the need to change things, especially here in Wyoming.
That's so inspiring and so courageous, honestly. Thank you for that work. Emily, do you have any questions?
I was on the phone, so I don't know what's going on.
Do you have any questions for the U.S. Senate candidate that we have on the call right now?
I mean, cheers for wanting to do that job. I don't really have. I don't have any questions other than like why, but I guess maybe I would want to know, like if your perception of politics changed coming as a scientist into political life. If anything, if how you perceived the American political system changed since you started running for office.
Right. So I've learned a lot. We are trained differently as scientists than what politicians usually do. But there are actually a lot of similarities, a lot of things you can transfer from being a scientist to politics. And the main one is that, we collaborate. None of the work we do nowadays, we do alone. We do collaborating with different stakeholders, with different disciplines. And the same applies to if you're a good politician, you should work with others and you should listen to your constituents and you should identify the problems and then come up with solutions, just like we do in science. So it was a learning curve. Step one, mainly in messaging, how you take your message and make it more palatable to people who are not familiar with science and what you do. So that was the biggest challenge. But in many respects, I've realized that there is a lot of stuff that is transferable. And that was really good to know, really important lesson for me to learn, that it is a lot of work, it is a steep learning curve, but it's not that different and it can be done.
It's very wild to me to think about how, like, in the beginning of the Trump administration, some of the first articles I was writing were about the March for Science and about scientists marching in the street and about, this discussion about whether it was going to be, it's a slippery slope if scientists start to engage in politics in any way, and how this was like a very controversial topic. Seems
here
like
you are.
it's just a
treat. I was one of the marchers, both in the Women's March, and I actually went to DC for the March for Science and participated there. And I never, ever expected myself to make the transition. I've never, if you start as a young, biology student, I never expected to become a politician anytime in my life. But, there are some things that especially with the climate crisis and the way as a scientist that I envision the progression of it, there is no way I can stay on the sidelines. There is absolutely no way I can sit back and say, okay, I'm going to tell people how terrible things can be and let them make the decision and let them, ignore my advice, as we've seen the current administration doing with the pandemic. Or I need to jump in the race and I need to do more than I've been doing so far. And again, I am going to do everything I can, either through the climate movement or, we'll see what the future will bring. But as I've been telling people on the campaign trail, I'm not going to go back to the sidelines. There is just no way I can go back to the sidelines. We cannot afford that. We need more people, maybe more people like me that, have already established their careers and the reputation and can take the time and can make the transition to decision-making. We cannot sit on the sidelines because you know what? We don't have the time. Mm-hmm. We need things now.
What are some other, Julian, what are some other big ways that public opinion has changed since 2016 from now on climate that should have in the back of our mind?
Interesting moment to ask me a question about polling.
I don't know.
I mean, I think
I'm on Zoom for 5 hours. What do you want to do?
I'm having a little bit of an epistemic and ontological crisis right now, because if the polls are off in Florida and off in a number of places, then how do we? That actually is not just a social sciences wrong question. It's a how do we know anything in politics accurately question, which is a pretty profound question. Yeah. I mean, what can we say fairly definitively about polling on climate in the last few years? So what we can say definitively is that the IPCC report of warming of 1.5 degrees Celsius in October of 2018 created a pretty significant media moment. And my general spin on it would be that it created the permission structure for scientists, journalists, other experts and talking heads to kind of freak out a bit in public. And, you know, that sort of, if you look at like the Google Ngram data, for example, that massive sort of freak out about that report did meaningfully shift public opinion towards greater concern. And then that was compounded by sort of an uptick in activism and then political sort of messaging and organizing around climate issues. So the school strikes are really important. The Sunrise Movement, you can't actually really see their impact in the polls, but I think that their sort of impact on the democratic ecosystem around them leads to sort of more messaging and, you know, talking about climate. Then you also have like the experience of the wildfires this summer, and then also a fair amount of other, you know, climate related natural disasters. So I think it's safe to say, I think anyone who's telling you a more complicated story than more people are concerned about climate change today than they were at this time 3 years ago is probably overselling their knowledge. But at the same time, you know, climate is an increasingly favorable issue for Democrats. It draws a really favorable distinction between Democrats and Republicans, and it's also become, to a certain extent, sort of a prism through which Democrats can talk about a number of other issues that are of importance to them: jobs, infrastructure, pollution, environmental justice, labor, all sorts of other things can be talked about through climate. And yeah, overall, I think that means that more of a chance now that it'd get legislated on by Democrats than a few years ago.
Can I interrupt and say goodbye because I have other interviews waiting for me? It was a really good pleasure to meet you all, and hopefully we'll have some good news coming.
Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, thank you.
Absolutely, and have a good night.
You too.
Good
night.
Eric, do you want to ask our panelists a couple questions to wrap up this hour? We got Alexandria waiting in the waiting room for the 10
Okay.
p.m.
Great. I think, yeah, I mean, if anything, I would just want to ask like how people are feeling right now. Like what are the emotions? If you could list 3 different emotions that you're feeling right now, anything that you're having. Go ahead, Kelsey.
Sure. 3 different emotions. Let's see. Exhaustion, I think. One, just because of, you know, how this particular election night and the way in which it's unfolding. Also because we are in a pandemic, and I think exhaustion is just a common emotion and feeling that everyone is having around the world. I don't know, for some reason, like, hope is still there. I don't know what I'm hopeful for, but I think that maybe it's having these types of conversations, or that there are folks that are still out there wanting to do good work, or as I mentioned earlier with our sovereignty camp, that like our future generations and our elders and our, you know, they're still going to be doing what they were doing today, tomorrow. Like they're still going to be fighting for a better environment and fighting for our climate and fighting for our planet. And that doesn't go away based on whatever the results are for today. So I think that's hopeful is maybe what I'm feeling. And let's see, a third emotion. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it with those 2, exhaustion and hope. I'm gonna leave it with those 2.
Kieran, do you want to go?
I don't know if there's a word for the emotion of trying not to let yourself be too hopeful.
Yeah.
Moment this evening, remembering what happened to those hopes back in 2016. A difficult moment watching this tonight. But overall, beyond the election, I do think that we're, as society, as a globe, we're moving forward slowly, year by year. Public understanding, appreciation for the natural world, for climate, for other species and what they need to survive. And also, I think my biggest source of hope, I think, is seeing global power balance shift, such that South American countries, indigenous peoples, African nations, are playing, and Pacific Island nations, playing a bigger role on a global political stage, on the global science stage. And I think that's part of what's moving us in a better direction. It's not just that people in the West are getting more educated and more sensitive, but they're being slowly displaced, or at least joined by others who have been marginalized. And that change in the power structure, I think, is going to determine whether we have a livable planet in the future. It's not going to be about, does America get its politics right? It's going to be much more about, is South America political ascendancy going to keep going?
Yeah.
That's what it's about. It's I think sometimes we get too caught up in focusing on sort of the education of the West, which can also lead to keeping us thinking it's the center of the world. So it needs to get it right? But I think its displacement at the center of the world is probably the greatest hope for having a livable planet.
Well, on that note, looks like Lindsey Graham won re-election.
Yeah, I saw that.
Thanks a lot.
Speaking of hope.
Speaking of hope.
And they called it right when the polls closed, right? Something like that. Yeah.
Oh, like I don't know.
Yeah, we got pretty much nothing right in the Southeast. Like, everyone was wrong about how the Southeast was going to vote. I mean, hopefully the mail-in ballots are a lot better, but oof.
What's your Slack looking right now, Julian?
It's a hot ass crisis. I mean, so what this means for me is, like, I understand that we obviously all are pulling for one party probably more than the other, and that there are huge real world consequences for this. I also look at this as like a pretty fundamental epistemic crisis, essentially. If you can't take a representative sample of the population, give them a survey, and then be able to know what the views of the broader population are going to be, how can you really know anything about politics or about social science and things like that? And I think that's a pretty fundamentally unnerving reality. Like, we just fundamentally, if we were that off, if there was some sort of systemic error in the polls in the South, I think that calls into question a lot more than just like, did the Democrats do the right strategy or anything like that. I think it calls into question things around like the nature of like knowledge and what we can know and what we can not know and what we can predict and how we can make decisions based on knowledge.
It could be that. It could be the nature of knowledge and what we do know, or it's the nature of a representative democracy. It's the nature of, I'm sorry, but it's the nature of whether or not, the system that we live in and vote in actually mimics what it's supposed to be, what polling is supposed to show about it. So I don't know what it is. I'm a climate reporter. But I don't think it's. I think it could.
I'm not
be
sure I understand that point. Can you explain that point a little more?
like if polling, if taking a representative sample of a population cannot show you how a population is going to vote, perhaps that's not a problem of knowledge, of what we can and cannot know. Perhaps that means there's a problem with the system in which we vote in which like people do not vote. Like I'm talking almost more like about like voter suppression, about like polling doesn't work when the voting system doesn't mimic polls, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I don't know. I mean, I think we'd probably have to. I think that there's obviously an enormous voter suppression problem for sure, but the amount that these projections are differing from the polls is even like the most intense voter suppression would not be able to account for those differences.
Interesting. Yeah.
Do you think, Julian, do you think that these are people that are suppressing their preferences? Like these are racists that don't want to admit that they're racist, or what's happening?
I mean, I really don't know.
Because it's happening now two election cycles in a row, and it's only with Trump.
Well, I don't think we can fully know or say yet. It's just that these early returns are raising some eyebrows.
Confusing, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
I think oh, go for it, Kelsey.
No, I was just going to say, I think one of the things too is we're operating under the assumption that our political system and election cycles are within a vacuum, right? So in the past 2 election cycles, we've seen so many advancements in technology and also in social media, and particularly in the disinformation campaigns that occur in social media. So when we think about how does that potentially impact polling and social science methodology for polling, there's a whole area of research that still needs to be done and is being done about the way in which that also is impacting what you were mentioning, Eric, about how honest are people really in these polling opportunities that they have. And also maybe how has social media conditioned us to be less honest in how we respond to polls.
I think that's definitely true. There are ways that you can control for those sorts of things in a survey environment. But I mean, I don't know, there's got to be some sort of explanation. If this is the results that hold once we see more ballots in the South, there's got to be some sort of explanation for why, for example, the Times Siena poll had Biden up by 3 in Florida, and now their forecast has Trump winning by 3. That's a pretty significant difference, the 6-point difference. And I don't know, maybe it's shy Trump voters again, to your guys' point. Maybe people don't want to admit that they're voting for Trump. Maybe they don't even respond to the polls. I don't know, but there's something weird going on here, is my general take, and also the vibe from the data nerds in our Slack right now.
Well, it's also, I think,
for anyone watching,
that the polling obviously is not of people who have voted, right? They're not exit polls. They're polls of voters, of likely voters. So there's a real turnout issue here. It may be that the polls are correct about the opinion of who they want, but they're not necessarily predicting who's going to actually get out and vote. Whether if it's difficult to do so, or because people finally aren't motivated to do so. So mix in there.
I can't see it not being motivated. But
I mean, it is going to be a historic turnout election is the other thing, right? Like, it's hard to argue that turnout is the problem this time when we're headed towards 165, 170 million people voting, which is
it was an easy argument to make last time.
What's that?
It was an easy argument to make last time because the turnout was very low.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, this is not like the most this isn't in line with the way that most like progressive talking points are, but I think it's empirically true that like the turnout talking point that we make about like if we just turned more people out, the election results would be different. It's like not so cut and dry that that's true.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like, I think it's better to have a democracy where you have more people participating for sure. But like, I don't think that necessarily if we had, you know, historic participation in every election, like we would have a bunch of progressive laws on the books. Like that's probably a stretch.
Historic participation doesn't end the systemic racism problem in America. Like, I think that's what you're seeing, you know, in these, in the turnout and in the results that are coming in. If people are shocked by how many folks like aren't being motivated not to vote for Trump, I think it's less shocking for people, you know, Black, Indigenous, people of color who have been dealing with this for centuries. Like, it's not shocking that America is deciding to choose sort of its colonial path and its racist path than, you know, a new path forward that would actually sustain all of us and be more equitable and strive for a better moral compass than what we are currently on. But
it's a systemic issue.
Yeah. So I don't know, maybe that's the less hopeful angle.
I mean, I fully agree with that, but at the same time, you have like noise in the equation, like the fact that it looks like a higher percentage of Black voters are going to vote for Trump in 2020 than did in 2016. Like, you also have things like that. You also have, you know, a sizable and growing proportion of Latino voters, which is, I think, an aggregated category that should not be aggregated the way that we do. But nonetheless, like, you know, a growing share of Latino voters are also probably going to go for Trump. And we knew that going into this election. Although now that I'm saying that, I'm also like, well, how do we know anything? But, you know, I guess it's like, yes, I agree. And then also, what do we do about this other fact that is also like, appears to be a fact? So I don't know. I have no real answers tonight. I don't think anybody does.
I don't think so either. I think that generally we're underestimating a lot of factors into why this is happening. Generally, I would always say it's safe to say we've always been underestimating the power of disinformation to sway elections. There's a ton of disinformation, climate disinformation, COVID disinformation about race and extremism being spread on social media and news platforms and from the mouths of the highest people in power. We have a large portion of the even like political elite who don't take that seriously, you know, who are more afraid of cancel culture than they are of the very detrimental effects of disinformation. And that's something that I think after tonight is worth reflecting on as well. We have another hour of people coming up and some people in the waiting room, including R.L. Miller and Jamal Rod and some others.
Tell Jamal I said hi.
No.
Please. Okay, fine. I'll tweet at him and say hi.
Yeah, be like, say hi. Emily said she wasn't going to do it. But thank you everybody for joining us for this hour, and hopefully next hour is happier. Every hour is sad now as it gets later.
We're Democrats are looking good in Arizona, so that's good.
And Ohio's been looking good. I haven't checked in the last.
Yeah, Ohio's not looking bad either. So it's not. I guess what we can say is that it's not going to be a landslide tonight, but that was not.
I think we always knew too that
we were always hoping that would happen, but that was long odds, I think. Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I want to mention one thing about disinformation before I log off, because, you know, I think we have a tendency on the left to worry very much about disinformation, but I also say that when Trump and the Republicans are blowing racist whistles, their supporters are hearing that correctly. That's not misinformation. That's a positive communication. of racism. And I think that we tend to underestimate how well that works, how many people are deeply racist. And so it's a positive communication signal getting through. And we want to believe if you expand the electorate, we get more votes, they'll be drowned out. That may not be the case.
Great. Okay, guys, we gotta make room for the next group of people. But thank you so much, and have a good rest of your night.
Thanks, y'all.
For joining us.
This was fun.
Yeah. All right, I lost Eric. I guess it's just me now. I've taken over the Zoom. This is my Zoom now. No, it's not. I'm just going to admit all the people. I can't do this on my own. I've been Zooming for 5 hours. So many hours. No, 4 hours. Hey, everybody. Welcome to the Zoom.
Glad to be here.
Oh God, how's it going? Can we go around and do some intros real quick? New group of people, new hour, new group of people. We've just been running a little late all night. Nikayla, you want to start?
Sure. My name's Nikayla. I use she, her pronouns. I'm a writer in the Sunrise Movement. And today I am feeling cautiously optimistic.
All right, great. Jamal?
My name's Jamal Rod. I'm co-founder and campaign director of Evergreen Action and longtime political hack, formerly working for Jay Inslee and Senator Jeff Merkley.
Julian Noisecat says hi, by the way.
Love Julian. It's my boy.
Yeah, he was just on. Antonia?
Hi, everyone. I'm Antonia Uhas. I'm an investigative journalist. I specialize in energy and all things oil and climate, and joining you from Boulder, Colorado.
Ooh, interesting place to be.
It is. It's an exciting place to be right now.
RL?
Hey, folks. RL Miller from Climate Hawks Vote. Also named by Emily as the official DNC Climate Rabble Rouser. Thank you so much for that title. I just love it.
No problem.
I'm from Southern California. I use she, her pronouns. I'm on Chumash land and I'm a Woolsey Fire survivor. And I got a couple dogs here in the background with me.
Oh, great.
Hey, RL. Look what I'm wearing.
Alexandria, you want to finish it off? Oh, look at that.
Yeah. Hi, everyone. It's great to be with you all. I'm Alexandria Villasenor. I'm a 15-year-old climate activist in Davis, California right now. And yeah, it's great to be on with all of you guys because there's a lot of stress today. So it's good to be talking with other people.
Other people. Wild. Eric, you got any cues? Any cues you want?
This is our West Coast crew. We've done that. We've crossed the entire country tonight on Zoom.
We have, and also I just want to say we have people in the chat who are like from all over the world. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, there's been like, I've seen Latin America, Europe, Canada, India, Australia.
Yep. We're on all the continents.
Wild.
Carbon-free travel?
There you go.
Have you gotten any on the ground reports from Nicaragua? Or?
I have not heard anything on the chat tonight from Nicaragua. I've not been following closely. My meteorology perspective is that it seemed that the storm seemed to be falling apart right before it made landfall. So I'm hopeful that it will disintegrate pretty quickly. But the problem with Central America is that the rain is much, much, much more dangerous than the wind. And this is a hurricane that will be slow moving. We're talking about Hurricane Eta right now. which is the 28th named storm of this hurricane season, and one of the most rapidly intensifying hurricanes in all of Atlantic Basin history for any time of the year. Made landfall this morning in Nicaragua, and there have been meteorologists comparing it to Hurricane Mitch, which was one of the deadliest natural disasters in the Western Hemisphere, as far as we know, in history. More than 10,000 people died in 1998. So, yeah, I have not heard anything else this evening about what's happening there, but hopefully we'll continue to report that over the coming days and weeks.
We have a lot of people in this. I'm just like realizing, looking around, that we have a lot of people in this group that have really done a lot on climate, like to try and influence the outcome of this election and many elections on climate. Like a lot of people who have done a lot of like pretty impactful work here. I don't even know where to start to try and get everyone to talk about it. Like Alexandria, like you, I mean, in the last year, you've like become a voice that I followed a lot, like just on Twitter talking about politics. What's your work been like over this election cycle?
Yeah, it's been really interesting. This is the first election that I actually remember.
Well, you're 15.
Exactly. Yeah. In the last election, I was in 5th grade, and I went to a conservative school. And it was very interesting because I remember coming to school, and a lot of the students were influenced by their parents, so they were very excited about what was happening. But then one of my teachers was crying in class, and the memories I have of the last election are very vague, but that kind of sums it up, was just the emotions from it. And so this election was very important to me because seeing the past 4 years and what this current administration has done, they've rolled back on 99 environmental regulations, which is just, it's really unacceptable, really, to see what's happened. And so I realized that the next 4 years, we cannot do what we've been doing. We cannot wait 4 more years to get climate action. And so I've done a lot on getting out the vote, and especially with youth. And one thing I found a lot is that I focused on is education, because right now we have a lot of chapters in my organization, Earth Uprising, in very conservative neighborhoods. So we have people in Florida, Tampa, Florida, Miami, Florida, and they were talking about how there was a lot of misinformation campaigns. And, I think that they ended up actually working. And people are literally electing Trump based on misinformation and lies. And so education is so important with, making sure people actually see the, what we need to do in this next 4 years. And so that's why I ended up really supporting Biden's campaign, because his climate plan is the most accurate out of any climate plan we've ever had. And so, really, it's for my first election that I remember, it's very stressful. I've been crying on and off all day. And so I'm very looking forward to see what happens, and hopefully we, see something good at this.
Right out. Jamal, Alexandria talked about Biden's climate plan being very progressive, and I know that you had a bit of a role in that, or at least your organization did. Can you talk about that?
Sure. Well, first, it's good to see you, Alexandria, and who is on our board at Evergreen. And one of our first events was the governor, during the campaign, was the governor joining Alexandria at one of her rallies or protests.
Jay Inslee.
Not everyone knows who the governor is. There's many governors.
Sorry.
There's just one governor.
The governor, Jay Inslee.
One. Yeah. So during the Inslee presidential race, one of our first events was joining Alexandria on one of her weekly protests in front of the UN, and meeting her there was very cool. Yeah, I'm excited. We put out a memo today about how 2020 has been the most climate election ever, which I think is kind of undisputed at this point, that with multiple candidates putting out multiple climate plans, the push for the climate debate, which turned into multiple town halls by multiple cables networks, Joe Biden deciding to put out a new climate plan in a general election, first time that's ever happened. The climate fires and hurricanes bringing climate to the fore of the presidential race and leading Joe Biden to make the first major candidate speech connecting fires to climate. And then it becoming a major issue in all three debates. And then a major issue in the last week about Trump trying to make an issue of transitioning off fossil fuels. I'm excited that Joe Biden took on the clean electricity standard by 2035. I think that's the most, if not the most ambitious platform ever put forward by a presidential candidate ever, specifically that target. The other thing I'm very excited about in Joe Biden's new plan was the 40% target for disadvantaged communities in his environmental justice plan. Those were both in the Inslee plans and were supported by many other groups along the way. And so I'm very appreciative that Joe Biden listened and his team listened to environmental activists, environmental justice activists, labor unions, in order to build that new plan earlier this year.
Nikayla, you're at Sunrise, and that's, Sunrise Movement's been credited for also helping push progressive climate politics and also getting out the youth vote. What has your role been in that effort? And what do you think is like the most significant work you've done so far?
Yeah. Jamal brought up the climate debate. And then that was my very first day of the Sunrise Movement. Actually, it was protesting at the DNC for a climate debate. So walking through those halls and being with all these like young kids who like look like me, which was really exciting because that normally doesn't happen in these organizing spaces. And we were just all chanting climate debate at the top of our lungs, so loud that they kicked us out. And then holding that banner for a climate debate, walking down the streets of San Francisco, I was like hooked. I was like, this is the future. This is where I need to be. Like, I don't really know what the Sunrise Movement is, but I'm going to make it my life. And then I did. I'm still here. But over the past year, like, obviously, like Joe Biden wasn't the candidate that we had our hopes on. But what I think I really admire about the Sunrise Movement and young people all around is that even when Bernie dropped out, like, we didn't give up. We kept the pressure on Joe Biden for months and months and months. I feel like we became like Joe Biden's worst nightmare. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if he had nightmares about the Sunrise Movement and how we antagonized his campaign. But then he put together a task force, and we had some of our folks on it, and hearing about, being in those Zoom calls, like figuring out what the climate policy would be and how they really, really just pushed for, 2035, 100% clean energy. That was a big win. I know fracking is a point of contention, right, in these movement spaces, but I don't know, like, he's pledged to ban subsidies on public land, which is a big deal. He plans to end drilling on public land and to no longer prop up the industry. And I feel like just that alone, especially with effective organizing, we can absolutely take down the fossil fuel industry, even if we don't ban fracking outright. And now I'm just kind of ranting because it's been a long day and I've had a lot of caffeine. But yeah, I don't know. What we've done over the past year, now that Joe Biden, his 2-minute warning campaign plan was to pull climate out and use that. that really speaks to the power of what we've done over the past year. And he has like
It really
a Green New
does.
Deal light now. And honestly, I don't think there's much more I could ask for.
How does it feel, RL, to hear that, like how inspiring it was for Nikayla to be chanting climate debate, given your work on a climate debate, which I know maybe not everybody knows about. Maybe you want to explain, but how does that feel?
Thank you, Nikayla. I'm not sure if we met in person or not. I was spending some time with Sunrise, but mostly spending my time with DNC members in the Hilton lobby, drinking and strategizing. Yeah, it's been a long road since then. I have since been elected to the DNC, and I ran because I was so angry at the way that they handled that climate debate. I thought that it was just an appalling exercise of raw political power and not transparent at all. And I felt that there was an absolute failure of leadership. And most importantly, as Emily has permanently tagged me, I ran so that I could tell Tom Perez to his face to fuck off and die.
Yes, thank you.
And instead of being able to do that, the pandemic happened, and I doubt I'm ever going to get to see him to his face. So
you can Zoom him to fuck off and die.
yeah, I may not be able to fulfill that campaign promise, but at least I'll be trying. So yeah, we did a lot to try to make it happen. We did a lot this year to try to change the climate platform for the better. Evergreen had played an inside game on that one. And at Climate Hawks Vote, we did a very outside game, trying to build public support for the amendments that we were pushing. And those bastards removed fossil fuel subsidies ban, and then they lied to everybody about it. So what can you say? The DNC is just going to DNC. If you follow me on Twitter, RL_Miller, every once in a while I end up on a DNC top secret conference call. And so I live hate tweet them as top secret DNC conference calls because they're all so stupid. They basically tell us that you should use the site iwillvote.com. So here I am plugging it for you. iwillvote.com, like that's going to save us. I don't know what's
this is tough to hear.
Well,
Oh
okay,
my God.
we gotta end the first circle with Antonia, obviously, who's an investigative reporter. We're talking about, stuff at the DNC that could be construed as kind of fucked up. I mean, you're an investigative reporter. What's the story this cycle that you found the most compelling, the most revealing?
Well, I mean, I think where I will start is I have spent the last many, many days out in the field in Colorado interviewing voters. And what's been preeminent on their minds, the vast majority of people I've spoken to have been voting for Biden. And I've been going all over the state. So I've been going into Weld County, which is where 90% of the oil is produced in this state. It's almost all from fracking. The state is really divided on how to address the oil and gas industry. But just the first thing that people were saying when I said, what is the issue that you are voting on? It was climate change over and over again. And I think that's, has been an issue that's been very important for Coloradans for some time, but the fires definitely added to that. And there was less of a, I'm voting against Trump and more, I'm voting for Biden because of the necessity of action on climate. And people were also seeing that as intimately linked with the other issues that were preeminent for them, which is racial justice, the economy, and COVID, and seeing all of these issues as deeply intertwined. Healthcare, where's the economy going to go? How do you achieve racial justice? And discussing them in these ways. And I thought that was, and that these were random interviews. It was, it's hard to do interviews when there's not very many people. So, there aren't many people going in and voting. They're mostly in their cars and they're dropping off their ballots. They're not people in lines here in Colorado. That just hasn't been the case for the whole week and a half that I've been doing this. But when people are willing to talk, that's it. And what was really also interesting, especially speaking in Weld County, the heart of oil and gas here, where there was the area I was in has 2 times as many Republicans registered as Democrats. It's a Republican area. They weren't talking about oil and gas. They weren't saying, I'm backing Trump because he backs oil and gas. They weren't saying, I don't believe in climate change. These weren't issues for them. The issues that they were voting on for Trump were, well, as one Trump supporter put it, gays, Pelosi, and immigrants. Another gays. The gays.
The gay. Okay, I was like,
making sure you got that these were his words, not mine.
Okay.
The gays, the immigrants, and Pelosi, and then several people also spoke about with strong views against abortion, or mostly it was just we want to support the president without really providing anything else behind that. And I think what I have seen, what I feel is being represented across the country, and as Jamal said, basically since the last debate, Trump has made it a key issue to talk about how he's going to save the oil industry, where Biden has really played up his positions on climate change. I don't think that Trump is speaking to voters by talking about fracking and oil. I think he's talking to financiers. I think he is, has been deeply behind in money, and he wants money. I don't feel like there's this strong push within the United States to say we really need to be, we need to continue with American energy dominance. I think that's really interesting. And instead, we've got, Biden running on, I'm going to see the end of the oil industry. We have Kamala Harris, who's put forward a proposal for a global negotiation to keep fossil fuels in the ground, a global managed decline proposal. You have Biden, who's also saying, I'm going to end all oil and gas drilling on public lands and offshore waters, and I'm going to end all subsidies to the industry. And then really the only thing he's backed away on, I don't believe he ever actually said he was going to end fracking. But the line he wouldn't cross is fracking. And I actually think that the other thing we're seeing that's really interesting is this just crumbling of the oil and gas industry right now, this deep contraction of the industry, and this boom happening with the green energy economy. And I think that we're seeing I think the last holdout on fracking for Biden is unions. And I think unions are shifting away from the industry. And I think that last bit of holdout is going to fall pretty fast because the jobs just aren't there. So it's just just this election has just been historic in my mind on the role of climate, oil and gas, energy. And I think it's going to be this dramatic turning point. I'm about to say regardless of who wins. I don't actually believe that. I think it really matters who wins, but it's going to be a huge turning point.
I feel like anyone can just jump in, like to agree, disagree, whatever. That's where I'm at.
I was just going to add extremely quickly, like the economics and the technology fundamentally are against the oil industry right now too. That's what also is like really shedding jobs. That plus the pandemic is sort of like the same thing happened with coal is going to happen with natural gas over the next 5 years, where no matter what the policy is, no matter what the policy can accelerate or decelerate that, but it's going to end eventually. And I feel like I didn't have that confidence even 10 years ago. Where renewable energy is offsetting natural gas now. It's cheaper. New natural gas is cheaper than existing or new renewable energy is cheaper than existing natural gas, which wasn't true a couple years ago.
I think policy matters a lot, and I think, you know, what I think is that it's issues of pace and direction and ownership and justice and equity and distribution, and these are all about policy and who decides and where and what, you know, how do we replace with what, in what manner. And I think that what Trump, if Trump stays in power, the fossil fuel industry would die because he's giving it too much of what it wants. It's too much of a good thing. They're being hoisted on their own petard. They are overproducing. They're making themselves more hated. They're just taking too much advantage. And I think that to me, it's not market forces. It's activism, organizing, the cloud that's been put over the industry, the drive for alternatives, the movement base and supporting frontline communities and hearing their impacts and their voices and their alternatives. To me, that's what's forcing the market forces, and they're following along. So the only reason why I would say I very much believe it matters who wins, but as I said, I think like Trump is killing the industry, killing it with kindness.
And to expand on that a little bit, if I may, one of the points that everybody keeps on making that you just made, I think, Emily, oil and gas, or natural gas right now is more expensive than renewables. New renewable power is cheaper than natural gas. This is true under a Trump administration, which is about as hostile to renewables as you can possibly imagine. One of his first bad policies was jacking up solar tariffs. So market forces are going a long way. Don't get me wrong. But at the same time, I felt that Biden's plan was a little bit weak in that it was basically assuming market force kind of growth in renewables. I tried to submit amendments to instead get them change things from doubling and tripling wind and solar to 4 and 5 times the amount of wind and solar to create more policy mechanisms. And the Biden people just shot that down. They're not willing to talk about cars at all. All of the talk about wind and solar is great news for the grid, but that's only 1/3 of our carbon emissions, and transportation is growing compared to the electric grid in the way of emissions. And here, the problem that I see is that the Democratic Party is very, very closely tied to labor. And I love the people in the labor movement, and I'm happy to stand with them whenever I can. But the labor movement can be hostile to renewables because the fossil fuel industry is heavily unionized, and labor and the unions subsidize a lot of the Democratic Party. And so you end up with fossil unions having way too much voice within the Democratic Party. One of the upsides of Joe Biden's plan, I thought overall, was that it was extremely labor friendly. And in that way, I felt that if we can get some renewable labor unions a seat at the table, we might be able to get some change occurring within the Democratic Party. That's why they're so hostile to the idea of striking fossil fuel subsidies. It's all just giveaways to the labor people.
I'll just say real quick that, oh no, you go ahead.
Hey, I have to hop off, but I just want to say thank you. And I really hope it goes well, and hope we talk in the new world.
Yeah, thanks for sharing what's going on at Sunrise. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, I kind of wanted to jump in here really quickly, going off of, something that was said. I agree that renewable energy is definitely cheaper, but I still think that we're subsidizing the fossil fuel industry too much. And I think that is where policy is just.
Did your
policy matters?
Did the sound cut out for anybody else or just me?
Yep, I think we lost her.
Okay, great. Alexandria. say something.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yeah.
Yep.
There you go. Say the last thing you said again.
Yeah, after the wildfires, the internet here started to get more wonky than usual.
Wow.
Wow. Great.
Yay. But going off of what I was saying, one thing that I'm worried about if Trump wins is he'll keep propping up fossil fuels by paying them. And the fossil fuel executives are also some of the richest people in the world. And they're also Trump's friends. And that's also why I think that he's subsidizing from them. It's like people's relationships with each other are more important than the cost of renewables or anything that's going on in the markets. So I think that that's why Trump is hostile, because he supports his rich friends.
I want to ask Jamal a question. What, because I just feel like there's so much work that people have been working on, Inslee-esque climate plans, very progressive, very in line with the science climate plans, all this work that people like you have been doing over the election cycle to push Biden. What happens? What do you do? What is next for you? What's your work if Biden does not win? Who are you pushing next?
Well, that's a very depressing idea.
Sorry.
But I think that if Joe Biden does not win, and I believe Joe Biden will win tonight. I feel good about that. And I think one thing that RL said that I think is really correct is that, one of the things that if we don't win the Senate, that Joe Biden has the most control over is actually clean cars. And and that was actually probably one of the weakest parts of his plan. But it's actually he has the most executive authority over, and he's going to have to get much more aggressive on taking on carbon pollution in the transportation sector by executive action if he wins and we do not take back the Senate. But as far as if Joe Biden does not win, we're going to have to create subnational compacts that act as a national compact with the rest of the world on decarbonizing electricity, buildings, transportation. I think that's probably guessed to be the path forward if Joe Biden doesn't win. There will be state leaders around the country that are still going to be wanting to work on this and are passing 100% clean electricity. Look, we had a Republican utility regulators in Arizona do 100% clean earlier this week. So I think we're going to have to turn and get even more aggressive in states and cities.
Can I push back just a little bit on that? Because that was exactly the narrative in 2017, was that we would have these sort of spontaneous collections of states that would come up and have like a de facto national climate policy, and it didn't really happen. As far as I know, what did happen was a massive surge in movements that demanded change and changed the narrative, changed culture to make sure that that climate was one of the top issues in this election. And I feel like that will accelerate sort of beyond our comprehension right now, that the movements part and the culture change part will, if Biden does not win tonight, will be the main story of the next 4 years, is that people will just say, like, we're going to have to do it ourselves and we're going to demand the change that's necessary, because clearly politicians of any party are not going to do it. Because we've had, if Biden loses, it will be the narrative will be 2 consecutive presidential elections with weak opposition to a clearly deranged person, and that deranged person won. And I just feel like the real world physical ramifications of that will be impossible for anyone to ignore.
I think it also speaks to the need for climate groups to get involved in democracy reform.
Yes.
And
yes, exactly.
policy issues. I know Evergreen has come out for court expansion, has long been against filibuster reform, but I think that's frankly like the first like very small step that climate groups need to do to get more involved in making America a more just, more democratic place. And I think climate groups need to think very critically and look inside on what else we should be doing.
Oh yeah, no, I was the only one. Well, I shouldn't say I was the only one, but with the Amy Coney Barrett confirmation, where were the climate groups? This woman is going to destroy everything that we hold dear. You know, she's been weaponized to rule in favor of Exxon and against Chevron deference, and to reverse the Massachusetts versus EPA original carbon regulation finding. She's going to undo everything that we hold dear. And where were the climate groups? You know, Sierra Club and LCV put out one statement each. I signed Climate Hawks Vote onto a letter that a bunch of other green groups did. And I got so frustrated at the lack of leadership that I did one day of a tweet storm labeling her Amy Climate Denier Barrett. That was like my hashtag. I don't know if it did any good or not, but at least it let people know that climate matters on the Supreme Court as much as it matters to the LGBT people and to the women who want to the right to control their own bodies and other, you know, basic human rights. I think that the climate groups were just not involved on that fight. And it was, granted, it's been difficult. It's been an election year. Had a few other things going on. But yeah, you know, so we are definitely looking at getting involved in filibuster reform, in court reform in the early days of a Biden administration, but we need to actually first get to the Biden administration first.
You know, one thing I'll just add very quickly, as somebody who routinely calls out environmental groups, especially big ones, for not exercising intersectionality in their work, you know, not emphasizing intersectionality in their work and being very like laser focused on just like emissions, and then, you know, not recognizing the climate threats of other problems. What I'll say is that a statement is not money. A tweet is not money. And often we give environmental groups a pass on intersectionality issues such as democracy reform because they put out a statement and because they put out a tweet. But the reason that we focus on them and push them is because they're the ones with money. The environmental funding landscape is not big. Not everybody gets a lot of money to really push their activism. Not everybody gets that opportunity. And I think, you know, something that I'm thinking about in the future as a reporter is starting to really look at where, you know, where are our environmental groups, our biggest, most moneyed institutions who are telling their members that they're working on behalf of the climate, that they are working to solve the climate crisis. Where are they putting those dollars? And then is that effective? It's, you know, I've personally in the last election year focused a lot on statements and tweets, but, you know, hearing you all talk makes me think like, I think it's time to just move a little past it.
Yeah, you know,
yeah. Sorry,
Alexandria, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, you know, I think that it's very important that you mention that because, you know, one thing that the youth movement is doing a lot is we are starting to lead the fight in intersectionality work within the climate movement, because we work with activists when organizing from all around the world. And, you know, actually, I wanted to say that I have a lot of friends in other countries right now who are organizers who are actually staying up all night. It's 4 a.m. in some places, and they're staying up watching this because the United States is setting an example with action. I have a friend in Colombia who's an organizer, and she says that whatever happens in the United States, her country will follow. And so it's so important to get action here. And so that intersectionality work, not just in the United States, but all over the world, is so important. And it actually makes us grow even faster than some other climate groups, actually, when we create this inclusive environment with everybody and bring in more people, and not keep people out, not gatekeep, but actually make space for people.
I was just going to jump in on the Amy Coney Barrett front. I was really excited to join with a fellow climate journalist, Justin Noble, to write and then launch a letter that was signed by almost 80 leading climate and environmental and science journalists, condemning Amy Coney Barrett's nomination, and Rolling Stone ran it. And the reason for doing it was to expose her acceptance of the fossil fuel industry's propaganda and refusal to deny the reality and scientific certainty of climate change. And I think one of the points that comes out of that is the significance of the Trump administration's legacy of naming a third of the Supreme Court and creating the most conservative Supreme Court, probably in 100 years, with Brett Kavanaugh as the center of the court. And I would just add to the sort of things to be looking at. The first case, one of the first cases that's coming up, is a case that involves my state, involves California, which is a dozen states and localities that are suing Shell, where Amy Coney Barrett's father worked for a good deal of his life, Exxon, Chevron, BP, suing all of the major oil companies over liability for their role in climate destruction and the cost that has cost localities. And that case is already on the docket. And it's a decision on that, a procedural decision that's going to move the case up to federal courts out of state courts, where the companies would have less likelihood of success. And that's a massively important fossil fuel accountability, liability, climate change case that is now in the hands of someone with deep ties to the industry and is a climate denialist. And all that goes to me, maintaining this focus on not just policy, but the industry, as well as the crisis and the climate crisis, and the necessity to take steps to address the power of this industry, and not to do things like say, the solution is to have Exxon and BP and Shell become renewable energy companies, but to look for solutions outside of the perpetrators of these crimes. And I think that those issues also of accountability are ones where we see really strong differences between what Biden and particularly Kamala Harris are putting forward. And I keep putting stress on Kamala Harris because her policies are so much more aggressive than Biden's. And I actually think that, future movement on environmental justice, on climate justice, on accountability, on the climate crisis, are going to be through Harris. And just to jump back real quickly on this, on one other issue, I do think this issue of jobs in the green economy being unionized jobs is so critical, and looking at unions. However, it's not true that the fossil fuel sector is heavily unionized sector, and that's the most interesting thing about it. Production in the United States is not unionized. Offshore drilling is not unionized. The only thing that's unionized is pipelines, and some refinery jobs. But what's so fascinating about, to me, the control that unions do have, a strong control over these decisions, is that this isn't a unionized sector. So it actually should be a sector that isn't that hard to move away from. The only thing that it has is there are jobs there now, and there's money there now, and they're worried about, will there be those same jobs in the future? But if you look at a state like Pennsylvania right now, equal number of green energy jobs and fossil fuel jobs, equal number. But one of those sectors is contracting and one of them is growing.
I'll tell you, we got into a discussion. Well, in California, we are trying to figure out how to get the governor to stop issuing fracking permits as his state burns down around him. And one of my friends worked at a natural gas at the pipe fitters union. And she asked me, what is there in the way of a real just transition policy? And we roundtabled it. And honestly, I don't have a good answer for her. She said to me, it feels like all of the plans that I keep on hearing from green groups are just plans on paper. What's there on the table now? And I said, I got nothing. And that's a darn shame. We need to be able to offer people something better than a plan on a piece of paper.
We are wrapping up the 10 o'clock hour, which I can't even believe. It's not 10 o'clock for you guys.
11 o'clock for you.
Oh my God. Yeah. It's now 11. I'm saying we're wrapping up the 10 o'clock hour. It's gonna be 11. I would love if everyone could, I know everyone here is on Twitter. I was thinking maybe we could say one person that, like, your favorite climate follow on Twitter, the people in this room not included, not allowed to say somebody in this room.
I actually have a great one. So on Twitter, the person who I ended up getting in contact with, and I actually ended up doing a podcast interview with, was Erin Brockovich. And she was a huge inspiration for me, just like all of the work that she did before I got involved. And so that's definitely someone who I look up to in work.
That's awesome. I was not expecting that one. Jamal, you got anybody?
Yeah, I want to give love to my compatriots at Evergreen, at Sam T. Ricketts and at Maggie Thomas 315, and Leah Stokes, who has been texting me during this call about freaking out about Pennsylvania. So I want to send some love over to Leah.
Oh no, what's happening in Pennsylvania?
Just like everyone, clicking, reloading, of what state needs to win. So sending my love out to Leah.
Leah Stokes is great, has taught me a lot about electric utilities. RL, any suggestions?
I sort of got into Twitter following David Roberts, DR Vox, and he's still retains a certain saltiness that I do like and appreciate.
Love saltiness.
Yeah. I don't know that I have a particular favorite person to follow other than, we all try to just have a little bit of fun on Twitter. Sometimes try to move the needle a little bit on Twitter. I don't have anybody in particular in mind. I do like to follow you, Emily. I do have to say that.
That's breaking the rule.
You and Amy Westervelt and Rebecca Lieber. You guys are like the three, the up and coming climate journal, or not up and coming anymore, but has made it climate journalists. And all three of you guys do great work.
Rebecca and I used to work in the same newsroom as like little 24-year-old journalists. So
yeah.
It's nice to look back on that. Antonia?
I'm going to throw a quick shout out to Ruth Hopkins, who does great journalism and great climate Twitter.
Eric, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I'm just going to shout out again to the birthday girl, Mary Hegler.
She's so good. Her Twitter
Mary,
is so
of course. Good. Mary, of course. Absolutely.
You know who we didn't get on tonight? We had Catherine Wilkinson on tonight, who is a co-editor of All We Can Save, which is the anthology of essays by female climate people, and I'm in it too. And she was on it. Her Twitter is great. But Ayanna Elizabeth Johnson, who's also one of the co-editors, she also has a great Twitter account. And she's like on it too. She really knows how to format a tweet. You know what I'm saying?
She's also the most followed climate scientist by any elected official in the United States.
Really?
A little fact for you.
That's fun. All right. Well, I think it looks like we're ending this one on time. So unless anyone has anything else they want to add, thank you so much for coming on for this hour.
Good news, Jamal. The AP has called Washington State for Joe Biden.
There you go.
Yeah, Colorado kicked out Cory Gardner in a big assist for flipping the Senate, went for Hickenlooper and for Biden so far. Our QAnon candidate still seems to be potentially in the running, unfortunately, for House. So, but we are helping flip the Senate. So
This
thank
has been
you.
so much fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yeah, great to be on with you all. Thanks so much.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Eric, I just looked in the waiting room and I have Tara in the waiting room.
Okay.
I don't know how long she's been in. Do you know?
I don't know.
I'll just click advanced.
Looks like I got a text 8 minutes ago.
Yeah. Oops, I'm a bad technology person. I don't know. As the night goes on longer and longer, I'm just like, what? Like the screen just blurs into one. Everyone's face looks the same. Twitter. I haven't you know what's been funny about this actually is that I haven't tweeted all night really, other than just to retweet things about this live stream. Like on a normal election night, I would be obsessing over my Twitter. And it's kind of been nice to not be doing that, I guess. Although I'm still staring at a screen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. How do you feel about tonight so far?
Pretty fucking terrified, honestly. That's it.
Yeah. I don't think it's hit me yet.
I think what I've been seeing is that it's either Pennsylvania or Arizona at this point. And those are the 2 states left.
Like 2 states left.
Like that's the 2 paths for victory
for Biden.
For Biden, yeah.
He
must win one of the 2.
I guess my question is these calls, like, and I don't know, you know, because I haven't been watching the TV or anything. It's like these calls, we trust these calls to not to.
I don't know. You know, I've been thinking about what you said really early on this entire time is that we've never had an election like this where we have a ton of absentee ballots. Like there's been a bunch of like I've been seeing reports of like all the models are messed up because so many people voted early, so they're not counting it properly. Like there was a power outage in Georgia and they lost 80,000 votes or something, like, or like they're not going to be coming on until later because of like a server crash. And it's just like there's so much happening that we can't account and can't. I mean, Julian in this was extremely wise, where he's like, log off. We're not going to know anything. The polling is all wrong. Don't pay attention to anything you're hearing tonight, which is extremely hard to do because obviously we want to pay attention.
Well,
there is no truth tonight. There is no fact to report tonight.
Yep. I agree with that. And I think that's why it hasn't really hit me yet, is because I'm just like, there's too much there's too much unknown here for me to be like, fuck,
Yeah.
And I'm prepared. I'm fully prepared to have to deal with that emotion again, I think. It's hard to say, but I'm also very much a person that's like, I'm not going to deal with the emotion until I know I need to deal with it.
Of course.
And I don't know I need to deal with that yet, so I'm not going to do it.
Looks like we have, I'm just talking about logistics now. Looks like we have Tara here. It would be great to have a conversation with her for maybe 15 minutes and then wrap it up for the night. I feel like I'm kind of crashing. I'm kind of crashing, so.
I had to go take I got a phone call earlier, and then I went and I was just like, I gotta take a Tylenol. Take a Tylenol and drink water, and I'm out of water. Yeah, I mean, if Tara can turns on her mic and video, happy to do that. And then just, hey, Tara.
Hi.
Hey, guys.
You got a mask in your house?
How is it?
Haven't seen a mask this whole time.
I'm over visiting an auntie who is immunocompromised because she's fighting cancer, so I have to wear a mask.
How has it been for you tonight? How are you feeling?
I mean, I don't know. I think Native people have been enduring different presidencies since the founding of the United States. So it's either one or the other, and none of them have ever really been that great. So, I mean, this guy is particularly bad, but I mean, either way, we're still going to keep existing. I mean, Native nations have a really intimate relationship with the federal government, right? Like we deal with them directly. We actually don't really deal that much with the state. So it makes a big difference who's in office for sure in our day-to-day lives. This guy's a pretty bad one. He's done some really bad things while he's been in office for our people and for everyone else.
Can you explain for the people watching sort of what your work has looked like during this election cycle?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm in a house right now, but normally I'm not. I'm usually outside living in a pipeline resistance camp. We've been fighting the Enbridge Line 3 tar sands line for the last 7 years, and we're at the final water crossing permit stages. So we're about 200 yards off the proposed route, living outside in northern Minnesota. That's been my day-to-day, and training folks in a pandemic has been interesting. Resisting a critical infrastructure project in a pandemic has been very difficult and required a lot of creativity. The election, yeah, it was definitely trying to do what we always do, which is get out the vote. I mean, Native folks make up a big population in a lot of these rural places. You know, we can flip counties, we can flip seats, but there's a lot of disenfranchisement going on. I mean, for the reasons I just mentioned. We tend to not really be included in conversations or in a position that is a respectful one to tribal sovereignty. So it's a tough relationship.
What does the election result either way, like what is it going to mean very specifically to your community? Is it, you know, it kind of sounds like you were of the mindset that it really wouldn't, like, yeah, Trump is particularly bad, but like wouldn't make much of a difference. And that's an interesting perspective.
I wouldn't say that. I mean, the guy is hell-bent on destroying the planet, so there's that, right? And we are people who are intimately connected to the earth still at this time. You know, it's our everything, right? It's our culture, it's our heritage, it's our day-to-day lives. Like this weekend, I'll be out hunting on the land. The deer opener is on Saturday. So a healthy environment is absolutely critical to our existence and our culture, the survival of our culture. The Line 3 pipeline, I mean, a big part of the reason that we're fighting it is not just climate change and fossil fuels and it being a continuation of tar sands, it's also because it goes directly into our wild rice beds. And that's at the heart of Anishinaabe people. I'm Anishinaabe. So yeah, I mean, a Trump administration is like, you know, the first thing that he did when he got into office was reauthorize Dakota Access Pipeline and Keystone XL. You know, that was his immediate thing. And I mean, as somebody that was out fighting that particular project, the Dakota Access Pipeline, for like 6 months living out in North Dakota, it was pretty heartbreaking when he got elected this time around, last time in 2016. So now we are here 4 years later and I'm fighting a different pipeline and we'll see what happens. I mean, Biden has already committed to throwing Keystone XL out for the umpteenth time, you know, keeps coming back. Hasn't said anything about Line 3, which is a 10% expansion of the tar sands. It's the most expensive project in Enbridge's history. They're the biggest pipeline company in North America. So I really hope, if it's a Biden administration, that they actually act on climate and stop just doing policy kind of wording that doesn't, it doesn't translate in a time that needs to translate into, right? You're talking about everything being on fire. It's heated. I mean, it's the truth, right? I mean, California looks like California just came in. They were on fire for a long time this year, longer than ever before.
That's true. Tara, could I have you talk about maybe 10 or 20 years from now? What is the vision that you see for a world that that is sort of like not even aspirational, but like the world that matches with your worldview? Like how will people treat each other? How will we live? How like will we be talking about climate in the same way? What are you fighting for when you're there as a water protector, when you're thinking in the camp about the future? What are you thinking about?
A lot of the work that we do as our collective is, you know, not just teaching people how to resist, but teaching people how to grow food and how to live with the earth, how to reconnect to it. I mean, the reality is that many, many people have lost those connections, and that we talk about our literal lifeblood, which is we can't live without water. We can't live without clean soil and clean air. Like, we just can't. We're human beings, but we talk about it in a way that's like, you know, we talk about it in degrees Celsius. We talk about it in statistical analysis. We talk about it in this really removed kind of way. And I think that is deeply damaging to us as people. You know, we don't think of the earth as this relative, you know, it's connected to every aspect of our existence. Without the earth, we are not alive. And that's a very simple truth. And it's one that I think gets lost sometimes when we talk in, you know, policy lingo and, you know, continuing on with our human kind of thing that we do, which is to try to like make it all manageable, right? Or maybe it's not so manageable and we're like super depressed and we don't do anything, right? We just are totally paralyzed by this immense sadness. But I mean, there is so much we can do. I think the worldview that I hope to see is one that I have seen in different situations, which is, you know, you watch an uprising happen, right? George Floyd is murdered in the streets of Minneapolis. I'm from Minnesota, right? We're up in northern Minnesota. We go down, try and help feed people, march with people, stand with people, whatever they want us to do. And what I saw was a whole lot of young people taking care of each other, a whole lot of BIPOC and allies, just everybody taking care of each other and really centering care. And it's continuing on since, right? Like, I've seen mutual aid and people feeding each other and seeing each other with empathy and as fellow humans. And that's the kind of worldview that I hope we can reach, that we're not like trying to put all these divisions between us. Like, you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, you know, you're an anarchist and I'm a patriot, or whatever the hell it is. You know, it's like always these titles, or, you know, I'm a lawyer and you're a, you know, an untrained, you know, you're not a professional or whatever. It's like, who the hell cares, really? You have one life. So why not, you know, do something where you're part of a community and you contribute to that community, you know, where you bring whatever you have, whatever skills you have, whatever wisdom, knowledge that you carry from your ancestors, and you put it into use for the betterment of everyone else. You know, that's the kind of world that I hope we can get to, which is, you know, equity and love and care and, you know, independence too, right? Instead of being so dependent on these systems that are literally killing us. You know, I mean, we've seen what happens when your food distribution networks break down, when you can't buy everything in the store. You know, what happens? You know, we have to do a better job of reconnecting in that way. And it's happening. I mean, there's like community gardens and stuff popping up all over cities. That's like super badass for me to see. I'm like, hey, those rural people have some ideas too, you know? I mean, I lived in cities while I was going to school and stuff and out working for Bernie and all that, but now I'm back to the sticks and I'm like, hey guys, miss the land. But it's beautiful to see
that
people.
idea of what environment is, right? So many people think that it's the forest very far away and not like the soil in their backyard.
For real, like, okay, so I do a lot of work on like the financiers behind the industry, right? So I'm meeting with them and like showing them all of our lawsuits and all that stuff to say like, hey, your client is like doing a really terrible job, and is, you know, not being honest to you, and you're also not meeting your climate, you know, whatever you've agreed to or said you're going to do. Chase Bank, I'm looking directly at you, and Wells Fargo. But I'm always reminding them when I'm sitting in those meetings, like, you are in the earth all of the time. You are surrounded by nature all of the time. Like, the building that we're sitting in is made out of like rock, right? It's made out of sand. It's made out of all these different elements that have been manipulated into this. You're wearing fibers that are made from cotton, that are made from, you know, petroleum, whatever it happens to be. And then like, I always see like this moment where like, you can see the bankers kind of like looking at their clothes and you're like, yeah, like you are in nature all of the time. You just have convinced yourself that you're not, that nature is somewhere else. It's the places that I'm in, right? It's the places that Native people are in all over the globe as the holders of this remaining biodiversity, right? Like the bulk of it is in indigenous lands. But it's not that's not the truth. You are in nature all of the time. It's just that some of it has been horribly mistreated, and you know, we need to do a better job. Obviously, we've been screwing up for a long time.
Yeah, I think what I really hope people come out of this long election cycle, you know, among many other things, is just the idea that when environmental climate reporters, environmental climate activists, environmental climate scientists engage in politics, they're not doing so on behalf of a very niche issue that only matters to, you know, a few people who can't afford to care about, who can afford to care about it, right? Because there's not everything else going on. Like, this is what our politics is about. It's about preserving the quality of our lives. And like you said, there is no life without the environment. There is no life without the earth. You know, this is not niche. This is everything. This is walking. It's walking out of your building in a city and taking a breath of air. It's turning on your faucet and drinking water. It's, you know, it's the temperature outside and inside your home. It's all of that. So I think this is I mean, I'm very thankful that you're here to help us almost like wrap up on this very important note.
Yeah, I really appreciate the space, and I'm sure you guys have been at this for a minute, huh? Been a long night. What's the count at? Where are we at?
I think, well, we're on live stream.
Oh no, I mean the presidential.
Oh, you know what? I kind of stopped once you started talking. I haven't checked.
I saw McConnell pulled it out, and I was like, no.
Yeah, I know, right?
Come on, that guy.
I know.
That guy. That guy.
And Emily also talked about James Inhofe was reaelected in Oklahoma.
Really?
Which was gonna happen. That was not like we didn't expect that to happen. It was just like, and there we go.
Yeah, it's just one of those daggers, though.
Aren't caused by fracking. That Oklahoma.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Exactly. Right.
Yeah, but then there's like commercials that say no, those aren't caused by fracking, and you're like, wait, what? Like, how does that work?
Science.
You know, one thing I was thinking of when you were just talking about Line 3 and Keystone and all that was just how much my reporting was different under a Democratic administration. Not because, like, I was, writing critical stuff about the Obama administration all the time, but it was about, I was writing about tar sands and what they were made of, and like specific pipelines and infrastructure, and the difference between transporting oil over rail versus a pipeline, and like really weighing these. I just remember like, and I was going to Alberta, Canada, and visiting Indigenous communities to show the impacts of these things. I was doing things that were just so much more nuanced than what our politics forces climate reporters to do now, which is just be like, oh my God, because the things they're doing are so much.
It's a tactic, right? It's just like throw explosions everywhere, and then you can't understand the impact of them. Really,
literally,
it's just
climate change is even real, right? I mean, like, how can we be that moment? You know what I mean? Like, even it's like so crazy. So I'm like, typically in rural Minnesota, right, where most people are very, very conservative, and I mean, at the same time, everyone's still out hunting and trapping and fishing and all those things. They know, we all know that the forest is changing, right? And we know that, like, no matter what your politics are, like, we know that's happening. So to even suggest that it's not a thing, it's like, okay, well, you should tell that to the global South, I guess. Like, I guess they're just underwater for no reason. Like, I guess the Arctic didn't freeze over all the way because I don't know why, I mean, it's
because God is punishing women for abortions. That was the first, that's the first climate article I ever wrote, was a Texas lawmaker being like, well, I'm pretty sure what's happening is not because of climate change. It's because God is punishing women for getting all these abortions. And I was like,
you know what? Tara, I grew up in a small town in Kansas with all of my family are the kinds of people that you're seeing in rural Minnesota. And it's so ingrained into the worldview there. It's like a sports team or something. It's like you
like the
there's
Chiefs,
such a culture.
That sports team.
Yes, that sports team, exactly. They're I think there is such a culture of misogyny and bullying and violence and lack of like men associate with each other on the basis of like violence, and I think that has become manifested in all aspects. Like when you're destroying the earth, it's like a display for people. I don't. It's such a trauma that has happened for so long, and I like that's the only way that I've learned how to explain it, is that it's, you know, like the people that drive the giant trucks with like the giant smokestacks on them, or you know, it's just like that's so deeply ingrained in 500 years of the history of this continent, is like the exploitation of others for the thrill of it, basically. It's just like
violence. They're learning violence from the moment they're born. You know, I mean, that's the truth. And you're learning how to commit violence against the earth and then violence against each other. You see all these oppressive systems that are reflected in our relationship to nature. It's oppression and a really unhealthy, colonized, patriarchal dynamic. You know, it's dominion.
It's what I'm talking about when I talk about culture shift. We have to shift towards this acceptance and value of care for each other, and care for the earth, and care work in general, as really honestly as like a masculine trait. Like this is something that, you know, like men care for each other and just showing displays of affection for each other. Like it's okay to love each other. If you are a man, it's okay to love your friends. Like it's weird, but it's gonna have to, that's the thing that's gonna have to change.
Yeah, it's human, no matter what gender you are. You know,
I hope so. I much prefer dudes who like can hug their man friends and not be weird about it. Like, what is it weird? Also, I just want to say, I know that, you know, we're getting tired. We want to wrap up. I did look on Twitter. Fox News is projecting that Biden will win Arizona. So
that's huge. That's huge.
Huge, as Bernie would say. Huge.
Yeah.
So I feel like
that's one of the 2 states that he needed, and if that holds, actually, I just plugged that into the thing I've been keeping track of on 538, and it now shows a 3% chance of Trump winning the presidency after Biden wins Arizona.
Again, I think we have to be the same amount of skeptical about mail-ins and absentee about Arizona.
Sure. As we were about Florida. Sure.
I think that I can log up this Zoom just confidently thinking to myself, I don't know enough to be like too depressed, right? Like I can't.
You've returned to the same state in which you began the night.
Yeah.
Essentially.
I
don't know. I don't know.
I have to go, but I really appreciate the time and the space, and be well. So
thank you. I really appreciate everything you're doing and all of our wishes for you and your family tonight.
Lots of love. Visit stopline3.org, please, if you haven't already.
Thank you.
All right. See you guys.
Bye.
Good night.
All right, Eric. Remember when we were like, we should do a live stream all night of the election?
I think my first suggestion is like, yeah, maybe I'll call and check in with you like for 10 minutes once.
Yeah. Well, I
would like to count how many guests we've had. I think it's probably pushing 25 at this point, potentially 30.
So many. That was all you. You were the booker on this.
So much conversations too.
So much. You know,
we've had consistently, I've been checking throughout the night, we've had been consistently 200, 300 people concurrently watching us, which is
that's so
for
cool.
5 hours straight. I mean, we've probably had a total of thousands of people that have checked in with us tonight.
From all over the world.
All over the world.
Honestly, I'm so proud and impressed of everyone who's tuned into this. I am perpetually incredulous at like people's level of engagement on what we both know to be like literally the most important issue that you could be talking about and thinking about. And so, because it really does encompass everything, you know, it's the most important issue because it's every issue. And the fact that, you know, we have to be on a live stream to talk about it on election night is kind of weird, but you know, we only get one election night 2020, and I'm very proud that we spent it doing this, and that we can always say that we spent it doing this.
And you have the permanent record on the internet of a 5-hour video. You can rewatch it anytime at your leisure.
Which I'll obviously always do, which would be all right. Well, shall we sign this off then?
Yeah, I think so. Thank you so much for doing this with me.
Anytime, maybe not 5 hours, maybe only on special occasions, but everyone make sure to sign up for Eric's newsletter, The Phoenix. You can find it by just Googling The Phoenix Substack and it'll come up. And you know.
And Emily's newsletter is Heated.
It could be mine too.
Yeah, heated.world.
So, all right, everybody. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you on our newsletters, but not mine tomorrow because I'm going to sleep.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Good night, everybody.